지금 인류는 세계 곳곳에서 발생하는 문제들로 글로벌 위기 상황으로 접어들었습니다. 지구온난화로 인한 기후 문제가 발생하고 타인을 향한 혐오와 차별이 만연하고 있으며 세계 곳곳에서 국제 분쟁이 가속화되고 있습니다. 더 이상 늘 하던 대로, 하던 방식대로는 계속해서 발생하는 글로벌 이슈, 위기 상황을 근본적으로 해결할 수 없습니다. 그래서 우리는 새로운 해결 방법을 찾기 위해 청년들의 의견을 듣고자 합니다. 오늘날의 청년들은 그 어느 세대보다 창의적이고 정보에 민감하며 보다 나은 미래를 위해 행동할 준비가 되어 있습니다. 이제 진정한 글로벌 혁신을 위해 보다 나은 내일을 위한 청년들의 이야기가 시작됩니다. 글로벌 혁신을 위한 미래 대화, 지금 시작합니다.
네, 여러분.
Yes, please give a big hand. It was an opening video that embodies the vision of today's event. We were able to have a look at the potential as well as the bright future led by the youth. Now, we will have the congratulatory performance that will kick off today's event. It is a K-pop rookie group, bigocean, who is making new history in the world of idols. Please welcome with a big round of applause.
내 마음을 안아주고 밝게 웃어주던 너의 그 환한 미소를 기억해. 이 노래가 끝이 나도 함께한 이 순간들은 절대 잊지 못해.
네가 있기에 내가 여기 있어. 이제는 두려울 게 없어. 조금 느리더라도 더 멀리도 갈 수 있어. 나 약속해 네 곁에서 널 위해서라면
숨이 찰 때까지 멈추지 않고 갈 거야.
믿어 천천히 나가며 더 높이 날아올라. 우리는 절대 포기하지 마. 함께하는 이 순간도 기쁨도 눈물도 전부 간직할 거야. We take it slow.
손 흔들며 이름 불러주던 너의 그 환한 미소에 행복해. 이 노래가 끝이 나고 조명이 어두워져도 함께한 열긴 남아있을 거야.
나 약속해 네 곁에서 널 위해서라면
숨이 찰 때까지 멈추지 않고 갈 거야.
믿어 천천히 나가며 더 높이 날아올라. 우리는 절대 포기하지 마. 함께하는 이 순간도 기쁨도 눈물도 전부 간직할 거야. We take it slow. 너와 내가 마주보며 있는 여기 마치 paradise. 매일이 dreaming 꿈을 꾸고 있는 것 같아. 더는 힘에 붙여 나갈 수 없대도 물러서지 말고 조금만 기다려줘.
눈부신 파도가 미워 보이잖아.
난 믿어 천천히 나가며 더 높이 날아올래. 우리는 절대 포기하지 마. 함께하는 이 순간도 기쁨도 눈물도 전부 간직할 거야. We take it slow. 늘 지금처럼 We take it
네, 여러분 다시 한번 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 너무나 멋진 무대였습니다. 빅오션 슬로우라는 곡을 감상하셨는데요. 희망을 이야기하는 참 멋진 곡인데요. 반차별, 반혐오라는 오늘 포럼의 주제와 취지와도 참 잘 맞닿아 있는 그런 공연이었습니다. 빅오션에 대해서 잠시 소개를 해드리면 이 청각 장애를 가진 멤버들로 구성된 그룹으로 차별과 혐오를 극복하고 음악을 통해서 희망과 용기를 전하고 있습니다. 멤버 중 현진님은요, 잠시 후 세션 2에서 연사로 참여해 주시면서 또 좋은 이야기를 들려줄 예정입니다. 여러분 많은 기대를 부탁드리겠습니다. 자, 그럼 이제 정식으로 여러분께 인사를 드리도록 하겠습니다. 2024 글로벌 혁신을 위한 미래 대화에 오늘 함께해 주신 여러분 진심으로 환영합니다. 저는 사회자로 여러분과 함께하게 된 김경미 아나운서입니다. 반갑습니다. 고맙습니다. 오늘 이 시간 세계 각국에서 그리고 국내에서 온오프라인으로 참여해 주신 모든 분들께 진심으로 감사 인사를 드리겠습니다. 여러분이 처음 만나보신 영상 그리고 빅오션의 공연은 이번 행사의 주제와 메시지를 담고 있습니다. 어떤 주제인지 여러분 짐작하셨습니까? 네, 올해 이슈이자 키워드는 바로 청년인데요. 우리 외교부는 2020년부터
Youth. Now, since 2020, Korea's Ministry of Foreign Affairs has been hosting the Future Dialogue for Global Innovation, which diagnoses international issues and discusses them from a cultural perspective. And this year's Future Dialogue, which is held under the theme of Global Youth Dialogue for a Better Tomorrow, brings together experts and young people from home and abroad to engage in a dialogue for a better tomorrow. Now, the event will feature a keynote speech, a special speech, as well as session 1 on the cultural characteristics and potential of the youth generation, session 2 on the examples of youth culture responding to the global challenges, and session 3 on the future of the youth generation. This event will be streamed live on YouTube so that more people can join us in real time. So please stay with us until the very end. Now we will move on to the opening speech. Second Deputy Minister Kang In-sun could not join us today. So on behalf of the Second Deputy Minister Kang In-sun, we will hear from Mr. Hong. Please join me in welcoming Public Diplomacy Ambassador Hong Seok-in on stage. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hong Seok-in, and I am the Public Diplomacy Ambassador. The second Vice Minister, Kang In-sun, was supposed to come here in person, but she could not make it due to another commitment, and she felt very sorry for not being able to join you today, and I will read her speech on her behalf. Welcome to the 2024 Future Dialogue for Global Innovation. Since 2020, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has been hosting the annual Future Dialogue on a variety of global issues, including the metaverse and the role of pop culture. This year's theme is Global Youth Dialogue for a Better Tomorrow. Participants will talk about young people who owns the future with unlimited possibilities. This is my hope that this year's dialogue will help us find solutions to the host of challenges we face. Youth culture is more than just a fast-moving fad, as it reflects the values and society of the times and can be a driving force for change. Today's youth culture is characterized by online connectivity, respect for diversity, creativity, and self-expression. Today's youth know no borders or language barriers, and they value diverse cultural experiences and communication. I believe that this youth culture holds the key to solving the challenges we face. Understanding youth culture can help us open up new possibilities and can give us the insight and communication skills to overcome the challenges that lie ahead. I look forward to discovering the diverse characteristics and potential of youth culture. Speakers will talk about how different young people are living their lives, what real-life constraints they face, and how they are overcoming them. Participants will also be able to discuss what new approaches they can take to address the challenges facing the world, including inequality and poverty, climate change exacerbating humanitarian crises, conflicts and civil wars around the world, increasing diplomatic and security complexity due to great power rivalries, and racial, gender, and intercultural hatred and discrimination. We have a great lineup of speakers here today from a variety of fields. I look forward to insights into how we, together with the youth, can overcome the challenges we face. I believe that today's dialogue will enhance our understanding of youth culture and provide insight into the economic and social challenges in Korea and around the world. In closing, I thank everyone who made this event possible and everyone who took the time to join us for a conversation about the future. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ambassador, for that kind remarks. Yes, you talked about the motivation behind the 2024 Future Dialogue for Global Innovation, and your speech was quite inspiring in that we now know what to do. Next, on behalf of the youth around the world, we will hear from Senior Policy Advisor Wikramanayake. She served as the former UN Secretary General's envoy on youth, and she represents the youth voice on the global stage. She could not join us in person, and she sent us a video message instead. Please turn your attention to the screen.
Gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, and especially the young leaders gathered here today for the 2024 Future Dialogue for Global Innovation. I regret that I couldn't be with you in person. However, it's a profound honor for me to join you in this space dedicated to youth-driven dialogue and action. I am inspired by each of you here who in your own ways represents the power, resilience and brilliance of the global youth. We gather here not just to discuss change but to drive it, embracing the transformative energy that young people like you bring to this world. Your voices, ideas and actions are not only shaping the present but are foundational to our future. Today's youth culture is a vibrant tapestry woven with diverse identities, values and creative expressions that cross borders, blend traditions and reimagine the world. In our interconnected age, young people are navigating unprecedented global challenges, technological shifts, cultural fluidity, and political transformations. Yet, they are doing so with remarkable agility, creativity, and unyielding spirit. Across regions, young people are merging the local with the global, adapting cultural heritage to a modern context while staying rooted in the traditions that shape their identities. We see this in indigenous youth movements, where young people are revitalizing languages and preserving ancestral knowledge. In countries affected by conflict, youth are the ones leading dialogues for peace and reconciliation. They are not passive bystanders to history, but active participants crafting new narratives that challenge stereotypes, fight prejudice, and build bridges across divides. They are, in essence, the architects of a more inclusive, resilient, and culturally rich global society. Young people are not only reacting to the issues they face, they are reshaping them. Let's look at climate change, for example. Globally, the young activists are at the forefront of environmental action, from Greta Thunberg's Fridays for Future movement to grassroots initiatives in countries like Uganda and Brazil, where young people are defending forests and demanding climate justice. These numbers speak volumes. According to the UN, climate action initiatives led by youth are impacting millions worldwide, pressuring governments and corporations to adopt greener policies. Their message is clear: the planet cannot wait, and neither can we. Similarly, in the fight against discrimination, young people are championing inclusivity. They are actively dismantling structures of prejudice and promoting the ideals of equality and respect. Social media, a tool familiar and dear to this generation, has become a platform for movements like Black Lives Matter and Me Too, rallying millions around the world to raise awareness about racism, sexism, and other systemic injustices. These youth-led campaigns aren't just digital phenomena. They have influenced legislative changes and amplified marginalized voices in unprecedented ways. In the realm of peace building, young people are similarly trailblazers. In conflict zones from Syria to Colombia, youth are involved in mediation, grassroots diplomacy, and community building. According to the UN, youth make up over 40% of the world's population in conflict-affected areas, positioning them as key stakeholders in the peace processes. The Youth Peace and Security Agenda adopted by the UN Security Council recognizes this potential, calling for increased youth participation in peace processes. Their vision is one where war is not an inevitable inheritance, but a tragic chapter they are determined to end. During my tenure as the UN Secretary General's Envoy on Youth, I had the privilege of leading the Youth 2030 strategy, an initiative born from the urgent need to harness the potential of young people in achieving sustainable development. This strategy, which was embraced by youth, governments and organizations worldwide, sought to mainstream youth engagement across all levels of UN's operations and policies. It emphasized education, employment, civic engagement, and health, ensuring that young voices were not just heard, but embedded into the very fabric of our global agenda. The establishment of the UN Youth Office was another significant milestone. For the first time in the history of the UN, there was an office dedicated solely focused on youth issues. This office continues to serve as a hub for youth-driven initiatives, amplifying the voices of young people across all sectors and all regions. Today, it supports initiatives that reach millions, providing them with resources, training, opportunities to engage with and influence policy at the highest levels of the UN. These successes are not mine alone. They are a testament to the unwavering commitment of young people, young activists around the world who believe in a just, inclusive, and sustainable world. As we look towards the future, the path forward is filled with opportunities. With tools like the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, we have a framework that allows us to target key areas for youth empowerment and participation. Firstly, empowering youth in decision making is essential. Youth participation is not just a checkbox, it is a necessity. We need young voices in parliaments, in boardrooms, and community councils. According to a recent UN report, countries with high levels of youth political participation are more likely to have effective governance and peaceful societies. Secondly, investing in education and skills for the digital age is crucial. Young people are not only consumers but creators of digital innovation. With millions still lacking access to quality education, we must bridge this divide. Equipping youth with digital literacy, critical thinking, and problem-solving skills is the only way we can prepare them for the jobs for the future, the jobs of tomorrow, and the challenges that are ahead of us. Leveraging technology and connectivity for change is another area brimming with potential. Technology has allowed young people to mobilize, to innovate, and to create impact on a global scale. However, 2.9 billion people worldwide still lack internet access, with youth, particularly in developing countries, disproportionately affected. Addressing this digital divide will empower more young people to participate fully in the digital economy and global dialogues. Moreover, the integration of traditional knowledge with modern solutions can lead to breakthroughs in environmental conservation, health, and education. Indigenous youth have centuries of knowledge passed down to them, and combining this wisdom with modern technology can create sustainable solutions that benefit us all. Finally, collaborating for sustainable and inclusive policy development is essential. We need partnerships across sectors, government, private industry, and civil society to create policies that respond to young people's needs. Youth too must be part of this process, bringing their insights and priorities to the table. As I close, I want to leave you with a message of courage, optimism, and unity. The challenges we face are complex, yet so is young people's determination. They hold the courage to confront these issues head on, the optimism to envision a better world, and the unity to rally diverse voices for collective change. Young people all around the world are not just preparing for their future, they are defining it. Every idea that they share, every innovation they create, every action they take is a step towards a world shaped by values of justice, peace, and sustainability. So all young people gathered here today, remember, the future is not only something you will inhabit, it is a legacy you are building here and you are building now. So let us continue to work together to create a future where no young person is left behind, where dreams are given wings, and where every voice, no matter how small, has the power to inspire change. I wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Yes, please give her a big hand. Thank you very much. On behalf of the youth around the world, Ms. Wikramanayake just gave the special speech. She could not join us in person, but she sent us a very powerful video message. That was the special message. We will now move on to the next speech.
Now, we have the honor of welcoming a true legend in the world of esports, not just here in Korea, but across the globe, none other than faker leesanghyuk. He recently achieved yet another monumental victory at the League of Legends World Championship, bringing his total number of World Championship wins to an astounding 5. So this solidifies yet again his place as the greatest pro gamer in the world. Not only that, as a young man representing South Korea, he continues to inspire countless individuals with his example. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Faker to the stage. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am pro gamer, faker, leesanghyuk. I'm very honored to give the keynote speech. Pleasure to see you. I am extremely nervous, and I think it's the first time speaking in front of a very huge public like this. And as a pro gamer, just 3 weeks ago, I played in front of so many people, tens and thousands of people, and yet again giving a speech in front of such an audience. I think that it's one of the most nerve-wracking moments of my life. So I am extremely happy and excited to be here. And I had never imagined I would be here standing in front of you as a pro gamer, but I think I was quite lucky in many ways. That is because while playing games, and the job of a pro gamer was inexistent 20 years ago. So there was not even a job called pro gamer back in the days, and yet I came to pursue this journey as a pro gamer, and I'm standing here in front of you giving a speech. I feel all the more grateful and excited. I had prepared a keynote speech text for today, but while listening to the previous speakers, I thought that reading off of my script, I don't know if I could sincerely share the messages that I want to convey. So I just want to improvise my speech based on a few keywords. But I'll do my best. While preparing for today's keynote speech, the word keynote speech was not very familiar to me, so I looked up its definition and I found it to be interesting. So the dictionary said, keynote speech is typically delivered by an important figure to outline key principles, policies, or directions at events like parliamentary meetings, conventions, or academic conferences. But here, we're not at the parliament, not at the national convention, nor academic conference. So I think that maybe the keynote speech that I'm going to deliver will not really fit this definition. So I'm just going to share with you my personal experience, my personal story to the young people present here today. And I hope that my simple story will offer youth, everybody here, a little bit of empathy and inspiration and some key takeaway messages that you can ponder upon when you go back home. So it is with that simple hope I want to begin my story. I was born in 1996, and even when I was born, I was quite familiar with digital device, meaning that I think I was probably 4 or 5 years old when I began playing games. So there was the pack type of games that you would insert to play games. So I felt very happy that I found the right thing, the thing that I want to do, and I found great joy in playing games. And I thought to myself that I want to continue to do that. So it was like a path inserting type of game, but then there was a new era of playing computer games. So it was probably when I was 8 that I began playing computer games. So back in the days, the computer monitors or displays had like a back, and it was not flat. So our generations experience digital very closely in our daily lives. So I began playing games since then. And the reason when I became a programmer first, it was when I was 18. I dropped out of school and I decided to give everything in me to become a pro gamer. When I was a student, I was not a very, very good student. I didn't really excel in academics, and I used to just play games every time I returned from school. Yes, that was me. Yes, and again, thank you for giving me this opportunity to give this speech. So that's how I began my job as a programmer. And when I first began pursuing this journey, I really didn't think that I will become successful in this journey. I just wanted to take a chance because I thought that it would be a very unique experience. Of course, if you become successful, that is a good thing. But I thought that the experience in itself would be very special for me. And I really wanted to pursue that. And maybe in next 1 year or in the next 2 years, if it doesn't work out, I will go for other things. So I had that kind of sense of challenge and challenging spirit. So I've been working as a pro gamer for the past 12 years. I never imagined that I would do this for a long time. And I think that it was a sense of this challenging spirit that made me who I am today. So one of the messages that I want to share with you today is about a sense of challenge and also failure. I debuted in 2013. And in 2014, 15, and 16, I won the World Championship, also referred to as LOL Cup. So in the League of Legends LOL, this championship is like a World Cup for like a soccer. So I won 3 times consecutively. So I thought it was my fate and I would continue to win. I thought I made a right choice. And I became very confident. I thought I was the best. I could excel at everything. So I had high expectations back then. But I won the next championship in 2023. So, in a span of 7 to 8 years, I went through a lot of defeat. Of course, there were not only defeats, but in that process, I learned a lot. And I realized that I cannot always win. I can lose at times. But I draw lessons from my defeat, my failure. I realized that losing is not bad at all because I have a very great sense of competition. So every time I lose a match, I would get extremely angry at others as well. And also, I went back to the hotel. I didn't break things out of anger, but I did hit stuff like sofa. But my hand hurt, so I was hitting something that was soft like sofa. So I was very frustrated, upset, and that's how competitive I was. But after repeated losses, all of these defeats would not eventually always lead me to successes, is what I realized. So since then, I did a lot of soul searching. I continued to ponder on how to grow further, building on these defeats. Working as a pro gamer, a lot of people found me to be a very quiet person, and I had hard time speaking in front of the public, especially in front of large crowd. And also with my team members, I wouldn't really talk and chat much. But working as a programmer, I became more communicative. I learned about the importance of communication, and mostly it was a time for me to know about myself more. And one of the things I learned as a pro gamer is about failure. I thought that I had to always win. I would compare myself with others, and we're now living in a pro world, professionals world. You have to become the winner, and losing is bad, defeat is bad, is what I had in mind. But especially recently, I think I learned a lot from 2 to 3 years ago. The defeat or failure, it has a negative connotation, but if you think about it, I think I could grow out of that failure and defeat, and I could develop further. And I think that now I'm living my high time, prime time, and I just won a world championship just 3 weeks ago. And the secret to that was because I didn't consider defeat as a failure. So all of these failures were put together to make me who I am. And I think that failure is a small success. We say that the defeat is the mother of success. But I think that defeat is part of success, meaning that even though I lose, I think I came to understand that it is also a small success. So that was the biggest learning that I had, and that lesson gave me more motivation to work harder, to compete further, and to win more. So I wanted to enjoy playing games, whether I win or lose, and whether I lose and win on this stage because I didn't prepare a script for my keynote speech, it doesn't really matter because it's the sense of challenge that this situation is giving me. And I hope that all of the young people here today would have that kind of spirit, because it is my passion and my enthusiasm that drove me all the way towards who I am today. And the passion comes out from the joy of what you do and being fearless. So this is the message I really wanted to share with you. In the beginning, I was afraid of failure, even though it wasn't really seen by others. But now I try to enjoy every moment of the process. And the pro gamer's life is not that long. I'm in this field for 12 years, but usually it would last about 6 to 7 years for many people. But because I was fearless, I think that this was possible. And one of the other things I learned is that learning and growing are two important values in my life. Being a pro gamer, you always crave for winning, victory. Sometimes you win and sometimes you lose, but if I have this strong crave to win, the goal is achieved not just by myself, but when it comes to winning something, it is also due to other external factors as well. You know, what the opponent is, who the opponent is, and what environment that he or she is faced in. So I didn't really like the fact that my success or my things would be defined by others and other external factors. So I always believe that there should be these values that I should uphold, and that is, if you're a better, if you today is better than you yesterday, that is good enough. So all of these intrinsic motivations within me, propelled me to go forward. So it's also in line with what I just told you before. And one of the important qualities that we should have is humility, a sense of humility. It is not to look down on yourself or belittle yourself, but I think being humble means that you should know about who you are, when your weaknesses compared to others, because everybody has their weaknesses. So you can look at others and you can have this feeling of wanting to improve your weaknesses by looking at others and learning from others. Nowadays, we see a lot of hate in this world, and I think that is very unfortunate because everybody has their values, and all of these values are not always right. You cannot confirm or 100% be sure that your values are always right and the others are wrong. But you have to accept and embrace the fact that your values might be wrong. But these days, we see a lot of conflicts and hate in this world. And while looking at that, I think to myself that what we have and the values that we uphold are not always right. I think there are many people out there who think other way. So I think that humility is a key word that is required in the world that we live in. I think that I am running out of time. I think, as I said, it's my first time, so I'm just speaking whatever comes to mind. So what I would like to emphasize is that I want you as young people to enjoy and do what you want to do and what you enjoy, because life is short. And in Korea, youth is defined as people from 19 years of age to 34. UN's definition is shorter. But anyways, we have a very short life, and especially short youth life. So I hope that you will be fearless, have respect for others, and do things that you like to do. So I don't think I was very logic in my keynote, but thank you for listening. And I hope that you will have a fruitful discussion today. Thank you very much.
네, 여러분 박수 부탁드립니다.
Yes, thank you very much. Please give him a big round of applause. Yes, he is the icon of the youth generation, and that was a very honest keynote speech from his part. And he also kept his time, but I think that the audience would have loved to hear from him more. So the keynote speech by Faker, I think, will serve as the starting point of all the discussions to follow today. So continued spirit of challenge and being fearless, yes, we will remember that, and we will also encourage you in all your endeavors. Now, I would like to invite up on stage our distinguished guests for the commemorative photo session.
We will move on to session 1 of the 2024 Future Dialogue for Global Innovation. Session 1 will feature the presentations of Mr. limhongtek, Ms. leeseula, Mr. leehwon, Mr. minyohan, and Professor lauriemulvey. And they will talk about the cultural characteristics and potential of the youth generation. Now, the lineup is quite exciting, and later on, Professor Cho will moderate session 1's panel discussion session, and during the panel discussion, the speakers will entertain your questions. I will now show you a QR code on the screen. Please scan the QR code on the screen, or please click the link in the attendance confirmation text you received in advance and select session 1. In the subject line, enter your full name, the last 4 digits of your phone number, your age, and the speaker you would like to ask a question to, and the question that you would like to ask. Please refer to the sample in the link when filling the blank out. We're also giving away coffee coupons to those who leave questions. We look forward to your active participation. Now, it's very easy to participate, so we ask for your active participation. And of course, if you're on site, you can raise your hand to ask a question. And I'm sure that once the moderator arrives, he will leave some ample time to entertain questions from the floor. And of course, we will have giveaways for those who ask questions in person. So I very much look forward to your participation. Now, once again, this is how you can participate in session 1. Now, you will see session 1 here by clicking on the link in the attendance confirmation text you received in advance, or by scanning the QR code on the screen. Can you please test it right now? So we have 3 sessions today, session 1, 2, and 3. And the sessions will feature great speakers. So make sure that you stay until the very end and also participate in the Q&A session. And you might be lucky enough to win coffee coupons. So we ask for your active participation. I will now introduce the first speaker. This is now session 1. I will first introduce the first speaker. Now, I'm sure that you've heard of the book entitled The 90s is Coming. He's the author of The Generation of the 90s is Coming, and he serves as professor at Myeongji University. Please join me in welcoming Mr. limhongtek on stage.
Good morning. I am the author of The 90s Are Coming, limhongtek. Before coming up to the stage, I thought to myself, why am I speaking right after Faker? No, he is often referred to as also God Faker. Thank you very much for that keynote speech, and I hope that you will also enjoy my presentation as well. Let me slightly change a little bit about my introduction. I am a salaryman rather than an author, because after this presentation, I have to go to a company. So you can also refer to me as an employee at a company. I've written many books. I've written 5 to 6, but I have been working long for a company, and these are the companies that I had worked for. I quit a multinational company, and I'm now working for a startup. So I'm working around the clock in this company. Recently, we employ a lot of young people, and the recruitment is underway. But let me share with you some of my impressions of doing that. So I am not a young generation. I am the so-called mid-age generation. I am in my 40s. But let's go back to once upon a time. I don't know if you have lived the 20th century, but this is the movie theaters in the 20th century, Korea. So these are the images of the cinemas, and one of the differences back then from compared to now was that when we watch a movie, for example, a foreign movie, the subtitles were vertical, so very difficult to and hard to read. And subtitles were very familiar to Koreans, and it was very uncomfortable, inconvenient. And for the first time, a producer called Kim Young-hee added subtitles to our reality shows, and a lot of audience or viewers actually called the broadcasting company to complain. And they would actually say, do you think that we are people with hearing disability? So it was not very politically correct. But anyways, subtitle nowadays has become something very natural to us. And especially for Korean native speakers, even when they're watching a Korean film or a movie, they put on the subtitle feature. But that's not an issue that stays in Korea. It's the same all around the world. There are lots of English-speaking people, including Americans. And even Americans, a lot of them watch English videos with English subtitles. So 1 out of 2. And it's different according to generation. So as for the Gen Z, this percentage goes up to 70%. When we ask why, that's because the audio is muddled. But more accurately, it's not that the audio is not heard, it's that it's very difficult to hear what they're saying. So in Korean films or Korean TV series, you can see that there are more and more subtitles that are added, starting off with the SBS, Seoul Broadcasting Station. So the movie subtitles will be added de facto, and there are lots of campaigns on this topic. This is to also help people with hearing disability, but more accurately speaking, that is because people have become very much accustomed to subtitles, but there's also a cultural context that it's becoming increasingly difficult to understand people's pronunciation. So not only in Korea, but one of the global issues around the world is the following. Not only Netflix, but there is the OTT platforms. People watch a lot of videos and films through these platforms. So if you think about it, I think that you might share what I'm saying. So whenever you watch Netflix, you are spending time on not watching the movie, but on something else. So on the internet, this is the main page of Webflix. And just recently, Tyson and the other YouTuber had a countdown fight. But if you look at Tenet, I click on it, but think it's going to be too hard to understand, so I skip. Then you want to watch a comedy program in Korea, but you are still undecisive. You just look at the preview and you cannot still decide. So you have to choose one, and you do that, but you watch it for a while, but then you go back. So don't you feel like this as well? You spent so many time trying to make a choice, but you end up not watching anything, and with just time passing by. Of course, there are lots of opportunities for the youth today, but lots of choices and options. But a lot of options and choices are making a struggle, and that is the paradox of choice. And I think that this is shared by many people. But this is not a negative thing. This means that there are lots of opportunities that the young people can seize. This is also the title of my presentation, but you never know what tomorrow may bring. So literally speaking, it says you never know what the next inch will bring or 한치 will bring. So you think that this is probably right because the future is unpredictable. But surprisingly, a lot of young people can know what tomorrow may bring or 한치 may bring. 한치 is a small unit of measurement and it refers to 3.03 centimeters. It is very, very short. And people can predict and look ahead this very short distance ahead the future. So that was very much impossible in the past. So this is a newspaper article. And in the newspaper, this is how our generations consumed content. So what is the most important news in this newspaper? There is the tagline. So that is the top line and the largest title and the biggest column on the first page of a newspaper. So back in the days, we didn't have to choose out of a lot of content because somebody had to filter them before we access them. The same goes for TV programs, books as well. But nowadays, the news that you see are in this format. There are lots of news out there, but what is the most important news here? We don't know. So it depends on your interest that you will choose the article of your choice. And all of those things that disinterest you will be out of option for you because we're very busy and we cannot read everything. So the title is very important and people predict what the article will be about based on the title. I will give you an example. So there is the limhongtek's daily life. This is my name, limhongtek. So this is the daily life photograph of me. Would people click on this title? Well, they wouldn't because they're not interested. They don't care. If it's limhongtek is replaced with faker, of course they will click on it. But even though if the same content is changed in terms of its title, I'll tell you how that happens. So this actually is replaced like this. It says, the crazy recent news of the author of 90s generation is coming. The crazy recent news. Yes, it feels like the title interests you and you may click on it, but if you click on it, so you will see the picture of me standing here giving a speech at this event. But what is interesting here is that there are lots of things that are changing so that we can predict the content based on the title. For example, remember the previous title? If I add 후방, which means NSFW, not safe for work, in front of that title, then probably people would click. But my generation don't know what NSFW mean. Actually, if you are watching a cell phone, people standing at the back of you, they would know what you're looking at. So somebody would pass by and they say, "Oh, what are you looking at?" But NSFW means not safe for work. So it's about the images that are very with very suggestive undertones. So 후방주의 in English is NSFW, not safe for work. So it's a warning about your back view. But that's not completely something new. For example, there is the Squid Game 2 on Netflix that will be available to the public at the end of December. And it says that Netflix Squid 2's shocking conclusion ending. But if there is spo or spoiler in front of the click, this means it's warning people not to read this content if they don't want to know about the ending. So it sort of like lets us predict what the content would be about. I also worked as the innovation member for the MOFA, and yes, it would be nice to have and know about the whole history of the Republic of Korea's MOFA. But TLDR, too long, didn't read, in front of the title would mean that there's a lot, the content is very long, and the viewer should be prepared for a lot of scrolling. And here it says 2024 Korea's military 썰 story. And in the beginning, it says 싱글벙글. 싱글벙글 literally is translated into smile, but it doesn't mean the viewers to smile. It's actually the opposite. So it's a very interesting story, but a sad story. So it calls for attention. So it's about a story that's about the old tradition and old customs. And that's what we can expect from the content of the title of this content. The fact that we can expect what's going to happen next and look ahead, but that's very important. But the older generation is not able to do that. But the younger generation can do. Of course, younger generations have a lot of opportunities and we can be successful, but we can experience failure. But if we continue to experience failure, we may be afraid of the future. But the fact that we can look ahead of us is something, a privilege the younger generation can enjoy. So I would like to briefly talk about a business that I first began when I was young. Recently, writer Han Gang won the Nobel Literature Prize, and there is a huge boom surrounding literature and book. But if you look at the publishing sector or the industry of Korea, that might seem rosy, faces a lot of problems, meaning that 100% of the publishing companies cannot know how many of the books that they published are being sold, because the publishing sector or the publishing houses do not have a system to be able to calculate that. Actually, in the past, there was a time where I sold 400,000 books, but I didn't receive any money for the 100,000 books of the 400,000 books that were sold. There were times like that back in the days. So the writers commit 3 years of their life to write a book. But when this kind of things happen, it's very difficult to file a lawsuit and win a lawsuit. So I would not want that kind of history to repeat here in Korea. And I published this book. People born in the 2000s are coming. And the interesting thing about this book is that there is a sticker, NFT sticker. For example, if it's like a sticker that is unique to each book. So if I publish 1,000 books, then each and every 1,000 book would have a different sticker with a different barcode. So no matter how much you want to scam, and of course, I'm a very ethical and moral person, but I don't know when I would completely turn into an unethical person. So we came up with this kind of system at our publishing companies. So this is not to brag about our company, but I think that these are some of the new perspectives that could be given by the young people. And I think that you can also come up with these fresh and novel ideas. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, so should I call you a writer or not? So thank you very much. So as a communicator who truly resonates with young people, author Lim provided us with a captivating session offering clear, insightful explanations about the socio-cultural characteristics and potential of today's youth.
들어보셨을 거.
I will now introduce the next speaker. I'm sure that you've heard the title of this book with an impressive book cover. I would like to introduce leeseula, a writer and screenwriter who authored The Age of the Filiarch. Please give her a big hand.
네, 안녕.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am the second presenter. My name is leeseula, and I am an author. It is a pleasure to meet you all. So yes, Mr. limhongtek entertained you with a fun presentation. And when it comes to the literary scene, Of course, we do hear a lot of beautiful stories, and I am part of that scene, and I write, and I also contribute to that scene. And during my 10 minutes, I would like to briefly talk about my own experience. So I do these three. So I write, I publish, and I am also a screenwriter. And today is the deadline, and I don't think that I will be able to meet the deadline, so I feel the pressure. So because authors have to write, we don't really express ourselves with speeches, but with writing. And then now I see the glimmering lights, and then I feel like I am in a different space and time zone. And my job today is to finish and meet my deadline. But anyways, you see my books here on the slide. So for instance, I write essays, novels, columns, and so forth. So I write diverse genres, and I was also selected as one of the emerging writers who will become the future of the Korean literature. I was named #1, so that was a huge honor. And there are many prestigious literary awards. But then, rather than winning those awards, I was extra glad to be named as the top emerging writer who will become the future of Korean literature, because it's not a few handful people at the top who chose me as the top writer, but it was the audience and the readers who chose me as the emerging writer. So now this is how writers can make their debut, and this is the traditional approach. You have to be chosen by the literary scene. So you have to be chosen by a publishing house so that they commission work to you. They ask you to submit a manuscript. And that was the conventional way of working. However, that means that I do not have a consistent income source. And because I was a freelancer, my income source was fluctuating. But then I was just out of college, so I had to earn a lot of money so that I could pay rent and also student loan. So this is the idea that I came up with. So I decided to skip the intermediary part and write for the readers directly. So it's just like agricultural produce and how some farmers directly transact with the end consumers. Because at the time, my top priority was to pay rent and student loan, and I wanted to decide my own fate in terms of when I become a writer. And now we live in a hyper-connected society, which is characterized by social media, and that drove my ambition as well. So this is what I came up with. It was daily leeseula. So it was some writings that I sent to the subscribers directly. So this was in the 2018. And prior to 2020s, we did not really have this type of business idea. So nobody asked me to write, but I write. We send you a funny story every day. So this was a daily leeseula. And when subscribers sent me 10,000 Korean won, then I would send them a funny story. And well, of course, I believe that the power of authors lies in the fact that they can turn common stories into uncommon styles. So I wrote what was interesting to me, and I sent them writings every day. And it was a key project that turned me into who I am right now. And in the initial days, I had a lot of thoughts about what I wanted to become, and Daily leeseula was the first milestone for me. And because I wrote solo, I wanted to create my own publishing house, because let's say that you sell a 16,000 Korean won book, it means that the royalty is about 10% of that, and you have to pay that to the publishing house. And because I wanted to save up more, what I did, I went to the community center and I established my own publishing house. And the publishing house is named Haeum. Actually, my father used to be a fisherman, and well, because of that, Haeum means swimming, and I wanted something that can remind me of what my father used to do for his living, which is why I came up with this name. And then I hired my mom to be my staff, and on the photo you see myself and my mom. So this is the organizational structure of my publishing house. So I am responsible for authoring, producing, planning, designing, PR activities, and so forth. So it's a 5-person's job, but I do it myself. And then I have my mom placing orders and managing inventory. And she also cooks for me, and now I call that staff meal, but I pay my mom for that. And Ungi is my father. He was a part-timer, but then I later turned him into a full-time employee. And of course, you must know that it's not always easy to work with your parents. But then I wanted to make sure that, well, at first I hired my dad as a part-timer because I did not want my parents to fight, and then I did not want to see that in my workplace. But then later on, I found out that they came even closer by working together. So I rehired my dad as a full-timer. Now, this is a book that I wrote. Now, here, I'm sure that you've heard of the terminology 가부장 or 모부장, which stands for patriarch and matriarch. But what I did, I wrote about the age of the filiarch, which is a daughter who lays the economic and ethical foundation for a family. And in fact, this is based on my experience providing for my family with literature and working with parents. And when I first came up with this idea, I Googled the word filiarch, but then I got nothing, which means that I can own this term. And then I released the book, and my impression was that it was quite timely, because of course you want to do good for your parents, and you want to serve your parents and take care of them. However, the traditional way of taking care of your parents is changing. And I'm sure that some of you have to provide for your family. And then a lot of the parents actually left comments, and they said, I wish leeseula was my daughter. Anyways, I received a very warm feedback and comments from the readers. And leeseula is a person whose first word after being born was 할아버지, which stands for my grandfather. And actually, she repeats the mistakes or the patterns of the older generation. She sometimes replicates the patriarchal culture. However, she is given another opportunity to do better. And now, of course, now in a patriarch family, now the mother's work will be unpaid. However, we know that taking care of the family and being a home worker can be as challenging as somebody who works outside of the family. So it's about re-recognizing the value of the mothers. And now, if you look at the word the filiarch, I believe that in the Chinese character using culture, they actually could understand the meaning of this in a literary way. This is my last slide. So I used my personal stories and I adapted them into novels and essays, and that is because sometimes literature liberates you from your own life, and that's what I want to pursue going forward, because I know the beauty of literature, and then there is the beauty of the book. And actually my husband, Mr. Leehwon, will be the next speaker, and he will be talking more about the beauty of reading physical books. Yes, thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. You talked about the beauty of literature and how fun it is to be part of that scene. And I believe that you well represent the life of the youth.
2019년
Let me introduce our next speaker. Recognized as one of the young photographers to watch by a renowned American curator in 2019 and an accomplished author and poet. Actually, it's hard to choose just one title to best describe this talented individual. Please welcome author leehwon to the stage.
안녕하세요.
Hello, I am leehwon, a poet and photographer. Nice to meet you. I was very happy to hear very interesting presentations from the speakers that I'm very fond of. So the title of my presentation today is Towards the Things That Make Us More Profound. I will briefly introduce myself before I begin the talk. I am a person who creates stories. So the ingredients of that story could be a poetry, it could be a prose, or photographs, or text. So I have written 6 books and I have taken a lot of photography, and I am currently active in the field of publication and exhibition. And there is a book called Something That Is Less Seen. So I hope that you will be able to enjoy that book as well. So as an artist or author or as an individual, I ask myself this question: am I living a good life? Am I living well? I often find myself pondering this question. And I guess it feels as though the criteria for that answer keeps changing, like the changing seasons. So how can we cultivate the sense that we are living well? Will be what we'll be thinking about today. Just like you, I also ask myself questions whether I'm living a good life. I'm living my life well. To me, living well is not only focusing on myself. It's to observe the world and ask questions to others and also respond sufficiently. So that is the definition, my definition of living well these days. That's because the more we live, I have come to believe that this fundamental premise of living well starts with a deep understanding of others. Understanding of others is also needed in the workplace where we spend most of our time. When it comes to service jobs or office jobs, it's required in marketing and also product design. We need to have a deeper understanding of others. But above all, life is filled with endless encounters, isn't it? So when we work, when we do not work, that is the truth. As Hongtek mentioned in his presentation, we have lots of options and choices before us. Our time is limited. The number of people we can meet is finite. So in these times, what should we do? I decided to do this way. I decided to meet those who have met other people first. And that can be also replaced by meeting the languages of those who have met other people first. So what I'm referring to is poetry, novels, essays, dramas, and movies. These are the windows to meeting other people. And this is the belief I came to bear. Encountering and meeting others is important, but it is also very important to meet the scenes. But I think that before those scenes, we have to imagine actively about that person's life, to be in that person's shoes, and to empathize with that person, and then translate all of that into our own language. That is very important, and that not only applies to just authors or writers. And what is very crucial is to set aside a lot of time to be able to commit to those efforts. This is a poem or excerpt from a poem of poet Park Yeon-jun's poetry collection, Go and Check If Love Has Died. And it's a poem to be a poet. Let me recite. At 20, I died 9 times a day. At 30, I died only when I think of it. At 40, I hardly ever die. I wonder how this poem interprets itself for you, but the reason I look for all of these languages that bring to me good scenes is because when we look at the life cycle of the other, we can envision about our future as well. So I read this poem like this. At 20, I was despaired that I wanted to die 9 times a day. At 30, I faced difficulties from time to time. And now at 40, I am hardly ever swayed. If you were to rewrite these sentences in your own words, how would you change them? I am curious to know. For the interest of time, I will not be able to listen to your interpretations, but reading and meeting the language can become very different depending on who does it. So in front of that language, Rather than looking for the right interpretation or way of interpreting, I think that you have to fully embrace it and think about the future. Some people may rewrite these sentences like this. At 20, I was furthest from death. At 30, I began to ask if I was close to life. At 40, I prepare for death every day. But some other would rewrite it in this way. At 20, I was reborn over and over. At 30, I only look back occasionally. And at 40, I have never left this home. Just like this, a good language can vary among different individuals, and that is why we have to transpose the good scenes that we've met into our language, but because it is a practice of interpreting our world, and at the same time, it is time for us to face ourselves and converse with ourselves slowly. If, because of a poem we just read, or an exhibition or movie we saw long ago, we recall and linger on someone, and if such experiences continue in your life, then I think that we'll live a little differently from yesterday. And we will continue to ask questions to others. So paradoxically speaking, if we begin to understand about others, that expands us, and the expanded us attract more others within us with a larger space. And as we invite more people into our lives, we will have a better understanding of them and put ourselves into their shoes. And that will in turn lead to my expansion again. And when that is given to me, and that is possible when we bring others in, and also when we bring the good scenes that others made into our lives. So thank you very much for listening to my talk. So I hope that you'll be able to stop many times in front of others' language, texts, and images. And I hope that you will experience this more and more. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Leehwon, for that very inspiring talk. Yes, the author captures and records the world through poetry and photography, and we were able to have a glimpse into the creative characteristics of our youth. And he has shared with us about how we can communicate with ourselves more and bring in and interact more with others.
곳간
I will now introduce the next speaker. Have you heard of 도시 곳간? We have young people here a lot. So I'm sure you've heard of the CEO of the 30 billion one-side dishes from the popular TV show Culinary Cooking War. Please join me in welcoming Mr. minyohan on stage.
안녕하세요.
Good morning, everyone. My name is minyohan. I'm the CEO of 도시 곳간. It's a pleasure to meet you all. So I was born in 1997, and I am the CEO of 도시 곳간, which is a premium side dish select shops. I'm sure that you saw me from the TV show Culinary Cooking War, as well as other TV shows. So I feel very much beloved. And well, back when I was in school, I did not like studying. I loved goofing around. So my parents did not send me to private tutoring schools. And with that 300,000 Korean won per month, they saved that up and they sent me to culinary trips to about 20 countries. So in fact, I actually did some backpacking trips to about 23 countries to be exact. So that was my school time. And then I wanted to go to the US because I wanted to become a chef. And that was my ambition when I was young. But however, when I was little, my parents were not financially well off, and they owned a micro shop, but they struggled financially. So because of that, I also struggled with money, but I really wanted to go to the US to study. So I sent messages to dozens of chairmen and businessmen hoping to find a way to study in the US. So be it Instagram or cold mails, I sent them emails, and almost no one wrote me back. I think I received about 1 or 2 letters back from their secretary. But eventually, I was accepted into a school in the US. So thanks to some of my relatives, I saved up to go to CIA for about 2 years. And because I struggled with money, I had to wash dishes every weekend. But that also helped me build my own personal experience, and it shaped my life. And then my parents could not pay for my 3rd year and 4th year tuition, so I returned to Korea because I also had to serve the military. But then I really wanted to go back to the States, so I was determined to make enough money to go back to the US. So what I did is, because my parents had a small shop. So what I did, I founded 도시곡간 with a 100 million won loan. And then after I opened the store, well, first it was an online store, but then next I opened a physical store next to my parents' shop, and I began making 3 million won in sales daily, which soon grew to 5 million and 8 million won. And then I established a corporation. And for a very long time, my parents owned a small scale side dish shop. And when I was little, I was not that proud of that. But to survive and to make money, I actually borrowed the idea from my parents' side dish shop to open up my store. And now, when you think of side dish shop, the image that comes to your mind is these holes in the wall, these mom and pop stores, very maybe shady ones in dark alleys of traditional markets. But then, from what I saw in the States and other countries, I wanted to rebrand the side dish shops, and I focused more of the image that I wanted to convey to the consumers. And based on that, I opened my own select shop. And consumers actually knew that I was working very hard, and what I did appealed to the target audience, and they appreciated the sincerity of the brand. And the housewives in their 30s and 40s, I started to study their lifestyle and what they have in their mind. And because my store was located near some elementary schools, I was able to obtain some insight into the housewives. So what do they like and what do they want me to sell, and what is their priority is something that I looked at. And I started gathering data on their lifestyle and consumption patterns. And in 2020, I established a corporation, and that's what COVID hit. And it was in the very early days, so I could not really feel the full impact of COVID. However, towards the end of 2020, people started to buy online, and that helped us enjoy exponential growth. So in 2023, the sales was about 30 billion won, and we are receiving more visitors as time goes on. So in 2023, we had about 60 stores, and the sales was about 25 billion, and it was a growth of 156% YOY, and this is the goal that we have going forward. In fact, when I started this business, I was young and I was unsure of what to fear. So when I was, well, I'm still young, but when I first hired staff, most of them were born in the 80s. So we had like this 10 age difference, and I was very open-minded and I wanted to learn from them. So although I am a CEO, I wanted to learn from them because they are seniors in life, and that was my determination. Now we not only provide side dishes, but we want to provide a deli service globally. So now we have 60 stores, and we want to expand to Hong Kong and the States, and 2 countries that do not have this side dish culture. We want to provide an all-in-one meal service. And next year, we plan to target for 75 billion revenue. This year it was about 40 billion, and I was not able to achieve this alone. From 2021, we received funding from VCs, and CJ, Lotte, and Spark Labs, and SK also funded us. We were able to complete up to Series A, so I would like to thank them as well. Now, when I first began this business, I was very young, and I did not want to just do what my parents did, and my parents did not want me to do the select side dish shop as well. So in a way, well, they sent me to the US because they wanted me to have a different life. However, I jumped into this business because I had to survive and I wasn't financially well off. However, now the business grew exponentially. And when I was little, I was ashamed of my parents' job, and I had to take a detour to go home because I did not want to pass in front of my parents' shop. But now I succeeded at what my parents did, and I added some new ideas, a fresh perspective, and a novel angle so that I can offer a premium side dish select shop to the customers. So when I first started this business, I took risks. And I believe that it's quite important to have the courage and to take on the challenge. Now, I believe that is the mindset that you need to have when starting a new business. And I will make sure that I do not forget this spirit going forward. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. You connect generations with side dish. I hope that you enjoyed his presentation. He talked about taking on the challenge and the determined spirit. Now we will move on to the last presenter. While the previous speakers talked about the characteristics and potential of young people through their own lives and experiences, the next speaker, Professor Lauriemulvey, will present cultural characteristics and potential of young people from a professional and senior perspective. I would like to introduce Dr. Lauriemulvey, Clinical Professor of Sociology at Penn State University. Please give her a big hand.
안녕하세요. Good morning. Hello. It's an honor to be here and among colleagues that have done so many things in the world. So I am excited to talk to you, but I am here to talk to you, about you, the youth, and us. I was formerly a youth, and most of the time I still think of myself as a young person, but I might be the oldest person here. That might be the first time ever, maybe, a few of us, not young people. But I'm coming to you from an experience of working at a university for all of my adult life. Actually, that means I've been in school my entire life. And so I've been working with young people. As I said, I was a young person when I started this work. And so I've been listening for many years to young people. And so I'm going to talk about what I've learned and what that means for the future, and also a technique and a human technology, not a technology that I think matters to us. And kind of is interesting to talk about in the middle of thinking about the future and all of the digital technologies around us. So I just offer this photo as the future, although it was a couple years ago. This is a young woman from rural Pennsylvania, the white woman who went on a trip with me to Haiti. And I think this is an example of this world that we all know we're living in, right? Where we're crossing borders in all kinds of ways all the time. So, but what I want to talk about is that among youth and during our youth, identity development is the key psychological task for us. In other words, who am I? Of course, we ask that question all of our lives, but it is particularly important for lots of reasons at the era of youth, that you're defining who you are in the world. And we've been hearing all of those kinds of definitions as we've been talking this morning: creator, poet, CEO, etc. It's like you have to know who you are to navigate in the world. So, very simply, identity is who I am, and it's a story that we have of ourselves. It's shaped by the world, it's shaped within us, but the point is, it's how I tell the story of myself to myself and to the world. Interestingly, though, our identity is based on the stories we have about the world, the stories other people tell us about the world. Narrative is a word that you might use or that you might have heard of. It's become more and more popular. But narrative is an important part of identity because these two things shape each other. So what I learn about the world, maybe people like me aren't welcome here, for example, begins to shape how I see myself. Maybe I see myself as an outsider, or maybe I define myself in some other creative way. But the point is, the stories about the world and the stories about ourselves are interrelated. And in youth, it's a very powerful combination, especially in the world that we're in. We're narratives now, and what we know about the world and what we know about other people and ourselves is global. That meaning I can have access, I think about Faker and all of the people that around the world that he was gaming with, right? Suddenly, I think of going to school when I was a kid, and how I was defining myself was based on this 20 people in a classroom that I went to school with for years, right? But what about now, where I can find my people and be rejected by people, actually, from all over the world and all over even just the communities that I'm in. So, meaning the communities that I live in. So, this is really important, and I think important for the future of Korea. This is another photo of 3 of my former students and staff members at Penn State University, so that's in central Pennsylvania. One is from Sierra Leone, one is from Palestine, Palestinian territories, and the other from Korea. And here they are, they're Americans now, and they're doing, and of course they're on a phone, which is so interesting, right? That the important thing between them in that moment is whatever it is that they're looking at on the phone. But I just think, again, this is what we're talking about. So whereas my friend Will, the black man in the front, would have been defining himself by all the people around him in Sierra Leone, now he's defining himself by, again, people very different from him, his culture, and his traditions, or at least the ones that he started with. So I'm going to talk about the 2 issues that are for this conference, discrimination and climate change, because it's really interesting. So I just want you to know, if you are youth, and I can't see a lot of you in this moment, but if you are considered to be part of the youth generation, the things that you think about overall, discrimination and climate change, which I'm going to say a little bit about, I've watched those narratives change over time because my work, which I'll tell you about in a minute, is in dialogue and training and educating young people to become facilitators of dialogue. So I've been listening for decades, and it's very fascinating the way that these narratives have changed. And of course, those things shape you, which is what is important that I'm going to talk about in a second. Okay, so just broad brushstrokes. Again, this is mostly people from universities, but people from all around the world at a large university, right? So we have international students and students from all over the United States, very different backgrounds. Here's the simple ideas. Power is bad. Privilege is an offense. Diversity is good, and Western white men are to blame for all the things that are bad, and based on colonialism and patriarchy. Okay? Now I say that fast, and I'm laughing, not because any of those things are funny, but because those are the things that I hear most young people coming into college thinking. And that's not what they thought 20 years ago, 25 years ago, 30 years ago. That's not what was on the top of their minds. But that is what is on the top of mind of many young people today, okay? And I'll get back to this in a second. Here's climate change. Now, I know that the speech that we heard even a little while ago was talking about the movement of youth and the activism and the progressivism. True, among active people, but among the regular students that I've been listening to for generations, this is what we currently have. So climate change is happening, is what I hear. That's new. The boomer generation, the one before me, they're the ones to blame. There's a lot of anxiety and pessimism about the future, they say. But they're not really committed to any action, to studying something that would take them down a path of more innovative ways of doing all kinds of things, energy, et cetera. And there's no common language of a movement. Now, most of my work has been on race in the United States, and certainly, someone even mentioned Black Lives Matter, we know what a movement sounds like. We know the simple language of a movement, which, power is bad, privilege is an offense. Those are simple things that have come from those movements. Not really the case among average young people regarding climate change. So I accept that for most people, it's happening. And that also is different. So one more thing, and then where are we going with this? I think what I'm observing is that there is a higher order narrative, meaning a story that's being told around the world. But we don't have the exact story yet. We have the shape of a story, and that is a really internationalizing kind of view of the world with diversity and progress and et cetera. And then we have a hidden to a lot of people, but growing and very powerful movement that is more nationalist and is more traditional and is more us and not them. Coming from the election in the United States, that might be obvious. All right, I'm gonna go quickly. So why is this important for Korea? This is some of us last May at Konkuk University, some Penn State students there. Because if Korean youth, right, so now I'm just gonna speak about Korean youth, their identities are being built more based on foreign cultures and foreign histories and foreign ideas, foreign meaning just not the ones that you're growing up in your locale. I can't read my own okay. That creates more potentially polarization among young people and older Koreans. Oops. What does that mean? That means we're paying attention to things outside of Korea and not Korea's problems. Not that that's a problem, that's not inherently problematic, but I think as we think about the future and as we plan for the future, what we want to think about is young people, when you're defining who you are based on the world, instead of, and I'm not saying this is true for every single person and every single part of themselves, but instead of the world that you can touch, it just has implications. And so the people who didn't define themselves that way or didn't have that experience and those who do become more and more polarized. And this is not uncommon. So I'm gonna really quickly tell you what all humans need to do, which is to think together, which means we have to take our most important concerns and bring together these groups that are so different. I'm saying ultimately or in the future that may be very much the younger generation and the older generation in Korea around the world. But this is not unusual. We have to convene, this is the old technology, sitting and talking to each other. And we've done tons and tons of dialogues online. We know this is possible, we know how to do it, but in my work, it still comes back to people, conversations with trained facilitators who, one, know that the humans actually are really distributed in how they think about things. Most people are not this or that, us or them, black or white, young or old, et cetera, et cetera. We all have a range of ideas. Again, the world is struggling to realize this right now, but we need people who can hold us in conversations with that awareness so that we can speak. This, actually, I could spend a year telling you about this one image of the parable of the blind scholars, because we've been redesigning a facilitation method around this parable. The idea being we all have alternative facts, right? And if we, instead of fighting over who has the right fact, what if we put the facts together and the blind scholars actually realize that what they're looking at is an elephant and they all have a piece of it? And so a facilitator in the methodology that we've been designing in my work is holding people to that idea that we need each other. They know that conversations can't just be two sides. We have to uncover the spectrum of our views, which is what we can do when we talk to each other. And so if Korean youth and elders, and I'm just using this as an example in the case that when we're defining ourselves, when you all are defining yourselves under such different circumstances than the older generation, we need to find ways to talk to each other about what we know that's unique from each other, right? And when we do that, we unite and innovate and bring together innovation and tradition, right? So we turn differences into creativity and robust narratives. So this is the front page of a book that we have online that's for free that just gives you an understanding of what a facilitator does and how important they are and how we really can't forget this human technology. In the midst of all of our communication technologies, we need people who can understand how to work with these profound differences that are emerging in this world. And I want to add one point at the end is I think we are to our peril, forgetting that there are a lot of young people who aren't actually thinking progress and diversity and cross borders, et cetera, et cetera. They're actually thinking of tradition and close to home and not all of those people that are not like me, right? And I think a lot of people sort of react against that, but this is a perfect example of voices that need to be heard. And so whenever there's a voice that we want to push away, whether it's older people or younger people or those people, it's actually the signal that we need to come together. And I think that the only way we can do that well is when we have trained facilitators whose job is to understand how people in groups work, and how identity and narratives are core to the way groups form. Thank you for listening.
For the great presentation, lauriemulvey 교수님.
Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. That was the presentation of Professor lauriemulvey. Yes, she talked about the cultural characteristics and potential of young people. Thank you very much for the inspiring presentation. And she offered a fresh perspective. Thank you very much for your insight. And I look forward to hearing more inputs throughout today's dialogue. And now, before we wrap up session 1, we will move on to the Q&A session and panel discussion. 5 presenters spoke in session 1, and this is now time to ask them questions and find out more about the characteristics and potential of young people. Now, I would like to invite the Senior Research Fellow, Mr. Jo Sung-eun, on stage of Korea Institute for Health and Social Affairs, who will moderate the panel discussion for session 1. Can I please have the moderator and the presenters on stage?
네, 앞서 저희가 질의응답 시간 여러분.
Yes, so we share with you how to participate in the Q&A session. So for our on-site participants, I think that our moderator will give you the floor. So make sure that you jot down your questions and ask them. We hope that we will have a very interactive session. I think that everybody is seated. Now please give it up for our panelists, speakers, and the moderator. Hello everyone, as introduced, I am Jo Sung-eun from the Korea Institute for Health and Social Affairs. Thank you very much all the speakers as well as the participants. It is indeed a great pleasure to talk about the young generation, and I hope that we'll be able to have some very interactive discussions on how we can open towards the future. The speakers have been already introduced, so for the interest of time, we're going to move right away into Q&A. There are also online participants who are giving us questions, but maybe we can first turn to the online participants for questions. If you have questions, please raise your hand so that we can give you the floor. So, the person in the middle. So please state your name and to whom your question is addressed to. Thank you. Hello, I am Kim Siu.
I would like to ask a question to Professor Mulvey. So, you talked about the older generation and also the youth generation in Korea, and they need to dialogue, to engage in a dialogue. Then, well, how about in Penn State University? Do you have those occasions quite often, bringing together the older generation and the young generation together? And what would be the topics of the dialogue that they engage in? So that is my second question. Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you for that question. Most of our dialogues are between young people, but we do have dialogues that we have done at Penn State with older people and younger people, which are fascinating, and we don't have enough of them. I think the topic of the conversation is whatever the concern is of people in the world. Our focus at World in Conversation at Penn State tends to be social problems, right? The things that we can't solve together, or the things that we seem to not be able to solve, right? In the United States, obviously, immigration is a huge issue for us, abortion, climate, discrimination. And so based on the community of the people in the dialogue and the issue that they're struggling to face, that would be the topic that I would suggest. I mean, that's the thing that we would have the ideas of the older and younger generation coming together that would really make a difference.
예.
Thank you. So I hope that answers your question. Now, anyone else with a question? I think that there are many raising their hand. Maybe from this side first. Hello, I am Moon Seoyeon. I have a question for author Leehwon. So thank you very much for that impressive talk, and I really wanted to ask this question. You mentioned about this poem in their 20s and 30s and 40s and how we have to interact more with others to expand our world. I am now 20 years old, and I'm in the beginning of my 20s. So in this situation, I'll be graduating from college in a few years. I'll be going out to the society, and a lot of people will consider me as an adult, and yet I feel very much insecure even now. And there are many, many young people who share this. And if you have a major, but we're not really sure whether we will work related with our major throughout our life. Everything is very uncertain. So I would like to ask you the question, what do you have to say to people like me who are living in extreme insecurity? We need some warm words of encouragement. So I would like to know if there's anyone else who wants to ask a question to Leehwon so that we can gather all the questions and get answers at once. Anyone else for Leehwon? Well, then if not, I would like to turn it over to Leehwon for his response. Well, thank you very much for that very special question. So in college, I majored in mechanical engineering. And then afterwards, I worked as a photographer, and now in the field of literature. So I have gone through a lot of transformation and evolution in my life. And I know about all of these swaying and all of these moments of disturbance in your life. And even, frankly speaking, right now, I think that my identity is still evolving and changing. So whenever I'm swayed by external factors, when I have to make a choice or decision, I think whether I will go for this, whether nobody tells me to do this. And there are things that you're doing without being awarded, but you want to continue down this road because you're interested and you want to learn more about it. And if that kind of time is more present in your life, then whether you're in your 20s or in your 30s, I think the most important, the fastest way is to go out there and experience a lot of different things. After graduating from mechanical engineering and during my master's program, I thought that writing and taking photo gave me the most joy, so I didn't work on school things. I went out there and take pictures, so I stopped my master's program and I just took all of the texts that I written and went to the magazine and the editing companies and the publishing companies whether they will be interested in my writing. So I think that it's a good way to reflect about yourself based on your experience with others. But at the same time, if there is something that really interests you, then maybe you can go out there and look at what others are doing in that respective field that interests you. And if I look at my peer photographers, when they're in their 40s and their 50s, sometimes they go for completely other different fields because they found the right path for them. So I would like to just say that not everything is very much fixed. Please always have your ears open for the outside world, and I will also continue to find my path and journey. Now, regardless of your age, you have to listen to your inner voice as well, is I think what the Iwan also said. I hope that his response gives you comfort. Now, the person in front.
Hello, my name is Do Ji-soo. So I have a question to Mr. limhongtek.
I didn't read your book yet, but there are two books. People who are born in the 90s and who are born in the 20s are coming. I think that since I am born in 1995, I am currently now entering my 30s, and I do sort of value like politeness, and people tell me that I'm like a mud in the stick. But people who are born in the 2000s actually tell me the same thing. And I am born in the 90s, and I'm in between people who are born in the 80s and also 2000s. And I would like to ask you this question. How are our generation completely different from people who are born in the 2000s? Because something I consider as very offensive and not polite is considered very natural for their generation. So I would like to seek your wisdom and maybe advice. And I would like to know if there are any other additional questions for Hongtek. Hello, I'm Lee Jae-ho. So I would like to ask you about the community. I think that the communities these days are more powerful than the media, and there are lots of comments that are being shared within the community, the so-called community. So I think that we have also a question online for Hongtek. So maybe we can ask that question as well. So Yu Dong-gyu from online asked this question to Hongtek. So yes, thank you very much for sharing what we think to the older generation. So what would be the mindset of the younger generation towards the older generation? In order for intergenerational unity, what should be the mindset of each and every generation? I think that it is very much in line with the first question. So can you provide us with your answer? Yes, thank you for asking a lot of questions. Very difficult question to answer. Very much depends on the context and the situation and the audience. So I don't have like a one-size-fits-all answer, but you asked me about the difference between people born in the 90s and the 2000s. And you also said that you didn't read my book, so I am giving an answer based on that. Actually, my book is not about generations. So the people born in the 90s, 10 years ago, they were in their 20s, and people who were born in the 2000s, they are in their 20s now. So in my book, I didn't talk about who is more polite than others, because maybe the variable would be people that surround you. So we hired a new employee who is born in 2000, and we went to Jinju yesterday. It's a very long business trip, but he is extremely polite. As if, he's very disciplined, like in the military. So what I'm trying to say is that if you are surrounded by people who are not very polite, it's not because of the generation. So let's say that if the company hires a lot of impolite people or who are not very talented, that's the company's fault because they failed to hire the wrong people. So to rightly answer your question, not that all generations born in the 2000s are impolite. I think that everything is very relative because our criteria may be different. For example, I would like to ask you in turn, in what way did you find that specific person impolite or had no manners? I'm now in a graduate school, and if we're working in the same office, there's a big, we're very sitting close, but I think that is quite natural for us to say, hello, goodbye, if you're coming into the office, going out of the office, but they find it's natural, not to do so. But whenever I tell them hello, they say hello back. So I don't think that they take greetings as something that is very serious. But I thought to myself, young people nowadays, they don't really mind about greeting others. Well, so what I would like to say is that in your lab or office, is it a rule in your lab that we have to say hello and goodbye to one another? Is that your thought? Or what about your professor, supervisor? Well, actually, in our lab, I used to be the only one there, but now we have many more people working here. So the professor didn't really make that kind of rule. It's not like a very explicit rule. I am like the lab manager, and I don't really, make a fuss about it. I just think to myself, why wouldn't he say hello or goodbye? But, people my age that I know, they say hello. And when I first entered the lab, I said hello to my seniors. So I thought that was a difference in culture. So I thought maybe it's something related with generation. It's generational. But then I don't think that people my generation are extremely polite either. Because I, for myself, compared to my other friends, is very much influenced by the older generation, and that's why I tend to maybe value politeness more. I think that you already know the answer, so I think that it is in these areas that we need to discuss. I think that you have to convey your message or convey your thought, to share your thought, not to tell that person, you are implied. There should be some circumstances, like maybe you didn't have a good day at home but anyways, I also work with many different people, but there are times when people look at cell phones when I'm talking to them. But as I continue to talk with that person, it's not that they're not listening to me, but it's because that person is sending a very important message that I told him to do, or email that I told him to do, and he's not actually listening to me, but trying to get that job done first. So maybe you can share your thoughts, why don't we talk about this matter, or talk about this issue, and then you can share about your circumstances and the situation that you're in. And of course, some people might be really not polite by nature, but in most cases, maybe we can resolve this kind of differences by conversation, through dialogue. And another answer to your question is that, yes, we do see extreme ends of conflicts. So in Korea, there is the intergenerational conflicts, like gender conflict and so forth. I don't know what is the right answer to that, but I think there is one issue that is for sure. That is, as I mentioned about the paradox of choice in my presentation, nowadays, I think that you are very much getting a lot of cultural attacks because, just yesterday, we're gossiping about which celebrity got divorced with whom, and all of these information, overflowing information, is where they're attacking us because it's some of the information is information that we can completely neglect. And if you want to have a conversation with somebody, you need to like that person or have empathy or sympathy, or at least a sympathy, or be fond of that person to be able to have that kind of conversation. So I think what is most important and the key is to share what you have in mind with others, because there are lots of unnecessary conflicts as well that are ongoing these days. So in our company, what's important for us is the scope of our conversation. So if it's very difficult to clearly define that scope, then you can get help and get help from the others. So because we cannot, converse and have dialogue with everybody out there.
좀 해주시.
Also, Professor Mulvey, can you please add on that?
Love to, because this is what I do every day. And so I must say that we can't think of one person as a representative of a generation, right? When we talk about a generation, we're talking about a pattern that we see across many people that's distinct from the generation prior, and we all carry parts of all of those things in us, right? So we have to get away from just thinking of that one person as a representative. But when we talk about how do we address these issues, we have to talk, right? But we don't get through it by just talking, because we talk all the time and we don't solve our problems, right? We talk all the time and we don't know what the problem is with this particular person, right? Or what the struggle is. We need people who can help us to do this in a very structured but informal way that allows us to approach the important issues together, because believe me, trust me when I say, if you sit in a room with people of this group and that group, your mind will change, because you will see that who you think those other people are, whether they're older people or younger people or foreigners or whatever, they're not who you think they are, just like you're not who they think you are. And so I can't emphasize enough how our attempt to understand what's going on with people feeds the problem. We actually have to put ourselves into a very specific incubator of conversation with people who know how to make those conversations happen. So this is a great question and one that people struggle with all the time. But we can't just talk, we need help talking.
예, 답변 감사드립니다.
Thank you very much for that answer and for that input. Now, I think that we have more questions here, so yes, you have the floor.
네, 안녕하세요.
Yes, hello everyone. I have a question to Sura. So before, of course, you had to be chosen by the very top, but now we can use the social platform to communicate yourself. So to put it differently, you can self-express yourself and you can promote yourself to the world. So that means self-branding. And what would be the key criteria when it comes to self-branding? Thank you very much for that question. That was a question to Sura. And there were two questions on the website, but can we also entertain one more question? Okay, my name is Jo Yu-kyung from Daegu. I am a fan of Sura, and it is an honor to meet you in person. And this is my question to you. Now, Sura, you founded your own publishing house, and you also wrote solo for the subscription-based online publishing model. And of course, I believe that you needed some courage to engage in such an activity, but then the outcome was stellar and you're well received in the literary scene. And in fact, I know that you're a very creative person. And sometimes, I think that I think outside the box, and I think that I can be creative, but sometimes it's very hard to talk about those ideas to the people other than myself. So that is why I just keep a diary and write down the ideas and keep them to myself. And I'm sure that there are many young people like me who are afraid of speaking of their creative ideas to the world. So what can you tell us in terms of giving us courage to speak to the world? And any secret tips that you would like to share with us? Thank you very much for that question. And I believe that the online questions are very similar to that. So there was a question from Yoon Hae-bin. The question was quite long, but I will give you some background here. So I wanted to major in literature, and that was my #1 aspiration. And then I also won some literary awards. So I wanted to major in literature. However, because I also had to land a job, I had to be realistic, and I majored in computer engineering. But then that led me to thinking, am I a good enough writer, and can my writing earn some money? And what if I don't make it to a writer? What if I fail to make a debut? So I am now in my sophomore year, but I'm still very much confused. So maybe I wish I majored in literature, but then now I have come too far, so I am afraid to go back. And now you established your own publishing house. And what is writing to you? And what motivates you to keep writing? And then what is the reason for writing? And what can you tell us to those aspiring to write? And then we have a very similar question here. And I believe that this question is very similar. This is from Jung So-young. And any advice you can give to those wishing to jump into the literary scene? Because, many people want to write, but then they're afraid of, getting hungry. Okay, thank you very much for those wonderful questions. I think I will need about 2 hours to entertain your questions. So later on, when you have the time, please come to my lecture. Okay, so I will give you my answers. Now, yes, there was a reader from Daegu who stood up to ask a question. I mean, you stood up, and that took courage to stand up and ask a question. So here we go. And because this is not easy. So once you have the courage to do so, I'm sure that you can actually write to the world. Just don't keep it to yourself. And I hope that sometime in the future we can meet again as colleagues and have been. And I understand and I feel you, and you feel like you have compromised. Now, for a very long time, writing was also my side job. And even if literature does not love you, you still love literature, and I think you need that kind of mindset. So, my plan was to keep writing no matter what. So it wasn't something that somebody asked me to do. It was something that I did because I loved it. So, well, some people are afraid that they're not talented enough. And then I ask them back, if you think so, then are you going to quit writing? If that's not the case, if you still love writing, then you have to keep writing. And I think that you can also use some spare time to write. And, at some point in my life, I can do writing as a part-time job. And I'm sure that Hebin, you can still write and be a computer engineer. So thank you very much for that. And then there was a question about a one-person publishing house. Well, in fact, I did not think that far when I started Daily leeseula, but I think what matters the most as author is to write well. So that would be your number one quality that is required. And now, I also practiced writing for a very long time, and practicing to become a good author is of the essence. So that should be the precondition. Now, and of course, even if you do so, succeeding as a writer really depends on luck and on external factors. And that is why it takes a lot of courage and a lot of external factors to get there. But having this publishing house, well, it's always fun. You know, even if you don't make enough money, you can learn from that process and from that experience. And I would like to tell you to read a lot of physical books. Thank you very much. Next, we will entertain more questions. Do we have more questions? Please raise your hand.
예. 예, 제일 앞쪽에 계신
Person in the most front row. Hello, I am in the military and I'm a colonel. So I thought to myself that if we have some time remaining, I would like to ask a question. My question is addressed to minyohan.
Okay, so well, I also heard the keynote speech and I also heard session 1 presenters, and I once again learned the importance of taking up the challenge and trying no matter what. And Mr. Min, you succeeded with 도시곡간, and well, I'm sure that you've struggled and you experienced many failures until you succeeded. So I'm sure that you overcame many hurdles. So can you please share your own experience of failure and what was the motivation that kept you going? Thank you very much for that question. Mr. Min, before he answers the question, okay, so I think that we have some questions online, so I will ask that as well. So we have a question from Kong-seol-hee. And when you branded the premium side dish select shops, what did you refer to the most? And was your primary target the 2030 youth in the beginning? That's also the follow-up question. Okay, thank you very much for the wonderful questions. Well, I started my business young, so of course, every step of the way I struggled, and it was not easy. But as you mentioned, well, I think I just persevered and endured until I succeeded because I was desperate to succeed. Now, well, yes, I went overseas when I was little, and many people think that we were well off, but that wasn't true. So until I became an adult, my family financially struggled, but then my parents were great supporters, and despite the financial difficulties, they always wanted the best for me, and they fully supported me. And I mean, I was desperate to succeed because especially of the difficulties that I had to endure when I was little. And now I founded my business, and then I believe that you have to endure the pressure and to win over the pressure to succeed. So perseverance would be the key here, and it will determine the success or failure of a business. So did that CEO or the startup CEO endured that pressure? I believe that was the key, and it was also my key motivator. And I would like to answer the question online. I was in NYC and also in San Francisco for about a year, and now I came back to Korea. And when I first decided to open a side dish shop, the image was very poor. So I was just a university student in my 20s, and my perception of side dish shop was also quite poor, because now and they also use the black plastic bag to buy side dish, because now housewives feel ashamed that they buy side dish and they do not cook, which is why they use this black plastic bag. But then now when you go to the, for instance, outdoor stores or physical stores, as well as other types of stores like cosmetic stores and department stores, I think that I referred to those stores more than side dish shops. Time's almost up, so I think that we can entertain just one more question.
두 번째 분에게 질의 기회를 드리도록 하겠습니다.
Thank you very much. I am 이은지. Can I ask a question to two people? First of all, to 이슬아.
Well, when I have difficult times, I read your books and get peace of mind. So you founded the leeseula, and then I'm sure that you experienced many trials and errors. And I am fresh out in the society, and then how can I get the courage to try no matter what? And any words that you would like to say to the youth out there? And my second question goes to Professor Mulvey. I am a sociology student, and then, well, many times, I often fail to reach a conclusion. So how can you have a different perspective to the same problem? And then we also need convincing to be able to solve some social problems. And what would be some key elements that we need to consider to engage in a dialogue? Okay, I think that we had one more question here. So can you please ask that question before we entertain the questions? Yes, you?
Hello, I am Sarah Fisher from the US. So I have a question for Laurie.
So Professor Mulvey, so I do not know whether I should speak in Korean or English, but then I will just speak in Korean because a simultaneous interpretation is provided. Now, if you look at the Korean society, well, being economic or social, well, it's showing rapid growth. And because of that, now, compared to the US, you have like the elderly and you have also the young generation, but then the gap is wider. And well, compared to the US, and when I talk with my friends and when they talk to me, they talk about their grandparents, and sometimes, they cannot communicate with the older generation and they have a hard time closing that gap. And so I would like to ask your opinion on this. So perhaps now we see this problem in Korea. How can we address that? How can we close the gap in Korea? Okay, I apologize for not giving the opportunity to more people to ask questions, but then there is one more question for Professor Mulvey online, so I will ask you that question as well. So this question comes from Iujin. Now, when you look at the young people, they're more likely to have binary beliefs, what I call black and white logic. So there are many different reasons behind that, but what would be the best mindset to have when communicating and interacting with these people? So that is the last question. Okay, Professor Mulvey, can you please go first, and then Sira, you can go next.
I can speak quickly because I'm from the East Coast. So the question about the sociologist, I don't know where you are now, but right in front of me. Just look at the problem from different perspectives, meaning go other places that have the same problem and see what they're doing, not because you're looking for the answer, but because you're looking for how different people, communities, contexts define things differently. Really quick example, when our students in the United States are talking about abandoning the police? That's not the right word. Getting rid of police. Our students from Iraq say, why would you do that? That's crazy. We need the police, right? So you start to see how to understand and define a problem by seeing what it means to different people. So take yourself to different places, wherever that is. The question about people who won't talk or aren't able to speak, or we have a difficult time speaking to. That's why I do this work, because I grew up in that context. And I think we don't always have to speak to the exact person that we're struggling to hear from. So maybe our particular grandparents aren't the ones we can speak to, but if we commit ourselves to speaking across generations, we will learn from the people who are able to speak or are more willing to speak and who have had the experiences of that generation that can actually unlock some of that for us. So it doesn't always have to be the singular person, but people like that. I mean, that's a very simple answer, but I think there's a lot more in it. And the binaries that we're in, this is the era of binaries. Binaries are the extremes of an issue, and it's really easy to control people when we send them in one direction or the other. But truly, the reason I had that one graphic image of the, quote, normal curve is because most humans, the vast majority of us, think in much more than black and white. But we have to choose a team, right? So I choose team A, you choose team B on the surface, but underneath it, I think many, many things, many different things, and we have to talk directly to people to find that out and actually build connections across these binaries. And really just don't buy the binary, right? If you're on team A, your job is to figure out you can't just think you understand Team B, because if you did understand Team B, you'd be on Team B. So really, we have to actually find all the complexity between us, and that's what facilitators do. Thanks for the questions.
예, 답변 감사드립니다. 바다 넘어서 멀리 오셨는.
Yes, thank you very much for the answers. I'm sorry I cannot give you more time to provide your answer. Last but not least, Seula. Yes. So now leehwon tells me this quite often. So when it comes to love, you have to be vested in that, because otherwise it's no fun. And I agree with him. So whenever you witness change or whenever you are about to change, I feel like you should be ready to get hurt in a way. So to bet on something, to be ready for love, that also means that you are ready to be hurt. But then you also have the confidence that you can go through that pain. And I want you to have that resilience and to love a lot and to live life with that attitude. Thank you very much for that answer. Well, we are behind schedule, so I wish I gave you more time to speak. I apologize for not being able to do so, but we now have to wrap up. So session 1 provided us an opportunity to look at the cultural characteristics and potential of the youth generation. Thank you very much, speakers, for the wonderful inputs, and I hope that they gave you insight into how you look at the world. Now that brings an end to session 1. Thank you very much, speakers, and thank you very much, audience, both in person and virtually. in the lobby. Please make your way inside and take a seat. Make sure that you wear the name tag as you walk inside the venue. Please silence your phones as a courtesy to others. Make sure that you turn off the alarm to minimize disruption of the event. We are joined not only by those in person here on site, but also people who have joined us virtually. So I very much look forward to your participation. And we want to make this as engaging as possible. Now you will see the QR code on the screen. Please scan the QR code on the left to submit your questions, and you can also leave some comments. You can also ask questions, and we provide coffee coupons. So please make sure that you participate in session 2. And if you raise your hand, we will also give you the mic, and you will have an opportunity to ask questions as well. So please make full use of the opportunity to participate in the Q&A session. Session 2 will soon begin. Thank you.
네, 여러분.
Distinguished guests, we will now resume the 2024 Future Dialogue for Global Innovation. We will now begin the afternoon session. I hope that you enjoyed lunch. My name is Kim Kyung-mi, and it is again my pleasure to be back as the MC of the 2024 Future Dialogue for Global Innovation. Now, session 2 will look at how the youth generation addresses global challenges, and we will look at the climate change, anti-war and peace, hate, discrimination, and intercultural dialogue in more detail, and presenters will give you insight into these 4 specific topics. And we are joined by participants both in person and virtually, and I very much look forward to your questions and comments. And I'm sure that by taking notes of what the speakers say, you will be able to ask great questions. I will now introduce the first speaker, and this person is an advocate of fighting climate change. He is the CEO of Momo Shop, and he's also an environmental influencer. Please give a big hand to Mr. Julianquintart.
안녕하세요.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to see you. I'm Julian from Belgium. Yes, I am still a young person, fortunately. I think that I'm at the borderline of becoming part of the older generation, but I'm very much looking forward to our conversation later on. And I'm very active in the field of environment and climate change. So today I'm going to share with you what I am currently engaged in, and I hope that we can elaborate our discussions during the Q&A session. So where am I from? Can you guess? Yes, I am from the Abnormal Summit, 비정상회담. But of course, I am also from my native country, Belgium. Who thinks Belgium is bigger than Korea? Nobody? Similar in size? Yes, I see some people raising their hands. What about Belgium is smaller than Korea? Belgium is actually 1/3 the size of Korea. And that is why, actually, whenever Koreans say that Korea is a small country, I always think to myself, well, I am from an even smaller country. This is where I am from. So I am from Belgium, but I'm also from a very small village in the small country of Belgium. Can you see some goats in the picture? They're wild goats. So in my village, there were more goats than the number of the residents. So you can say that our village is one of the smallest in Belgium, and it took me about 20 minutes to walk to the bus stop. So not many people around in the region. And now here I am in Korea. So it's really not a lifetime opportunity that I get to seize that. So ever since I was young, my parents ran an organic shop. So I was very much interested in environment. And now I am here in Korea, appearing on a lot of TV shows. So a lot of people began to listen to my voice. So I thought to myself, what can I do with my voice? I've always thought that I'm doing a lot for the environment, and the shoes that I'm wearing is made out of recycled plastic bottles. I am riding a lot of bicycles and public transportation. And one day I attended a fashion show. And after the fashion show, on my way back home, I passed by a waste disposal area. And there, do you know how much of a trash there was? So there was carpet from the fashion show, all of the gifts for the guests that are thrown away, and all of this decor and items and props. So I saw what looked like a mountain of trash. So I thought to myself, because I always carry around tumbler with me to avoid using plastic bottles, but seeing like this huge amount of waste by one single event made me question maybe what I'm doing is worthless. Everybody who's working in the environment and who wants to protect the environment may think about this question, am I doing what's worth it? So this is a YouTube channel that I watch a lot. So it's about a psychiatrist that give counseling. And he mentioned about climate depression and how patients suffering from climate depression come to see him. And I was very impressed to learn about that. And if you're a college student or a high school student, you may think that there's not much you can do to change the world. And people tell you, keep on studying and you'll be able to do something better. But, studying is for a better future. But if you're worried about the future in itself, I think that that'll be very difficult and it will give a lot of concern and worries for the younger generation. So there was a moment when I had lost hope, but I picked on that hope again, and I would like to share with you that story. I would like to say that even though our actions might seem very small, they have superpower. We think that the world is not going to change, and it feels like that what you're doing is not meaning, it's not worth it, and that's why you lose energy and you lose hope. But I think that we misunderstand our world in two ways. That is, the world is constantly changing, is what I'd like to say, and there are two proofs. I would like to know if there's anyone who doesn't know MBTI. Yes, I see no one raising your hand, maybe just a handful. But let's say 10 years ago, has anyone tested MBTI test? 10 years ago, I see 1, 2, 3, 4 hands raising up. But what about these people 10 years ago? They must have felt very lonely. They tell their friend, you're a T. And that friend would say, what T? But what about now in Korea? MBTI has become a trend. Everybody knows about MBTI. And also we say that people test you based on your MBTI when you get hired for a company. And I thought that I wouldn't never do MBTI in my life. I didn't want to define myself with just few alphabets. But actually one of the screenwriters for the TV program told me to do so or asked me to do so. So I did. But in the beginning, there were just a few people who did MBTI tests. So in the beginning, when they told or asked their friend to do it, the friend would say, why would I do it? But why has the trend changed now? Because things have evolved. But there's one thing that we don't understand about trend or societal changes. We think that change doesn't start with one or two people and then 3 people following, but it spreads when 1 person becomes 10 and 10 becomes 100. People think that they have to change 100%, but that's not always the case. So there is a book called Tipping Point that I like, and I recommend you reading the next sequel of that Tipping Point. So the book explains change doesn't start with 1 or 2 people and then 3 people following. It spreads when one person becomes 10 and 10 becomes 100. So I think that we have to slightly change our way of thinking with regards to goal. And whenever the world changes, we quickly adapt. We tend to forget about the past. So smoking indoors, it was once possible in Korea. There were times when people smoked on a plane. But just imagine, me smoking right up here on this stage. What would you think of me? you will take a picture of me, and then you will say Julian doesn't have any manners, and you will post it up online. This is something that we cannot imagine. But yes, as the world changes, we adapt quickly and we forget just as how quickly the world is changing. But yes, the world is constantly changing and we're constantly adjusting to those changes. And that is the truth we should not forget. So you can see that the world is evolving and changing. And as for Germany, one of the 5 Whopper sets sold is vegan. So let's say the CEO, do you think that he came up with the idea that, the things are evolving, trends are evolving, so we should go for a vegan burger? Or is it because to meet the consumer demand? So who transformed Burger King? It was you, the people, the consumers. So the power within us as individuals, it seems very minimal, but when these voices are put together, it can create a huge change. And some vegan people say that because there were some people who were very hardcore vegan in the past who drove 2 hours to eat bean hamburger, it was thanks to them that they can easily eat a vegan burger these days at Burger King. Now, I brought with you some photos. First is about plugging. Has anyone tried plugging before? Yes, I do see some hands rising up. I've done a lot of plugging and I picked up a lot of interesting things. Here there's a laptop and this is the Han River. There's a mouse. And in the beginning, I thought that, what is it? So I thought that maybe, some of the things that I'm picking up are confidential things for the country and I might get into trouble. And there are also some dolls that I picked up and even a refrigerator. So I picked not only 1, but 5 refrigerators in the coastlines. A lot of refrigerators actually come to the shore after flowing in the waters. And I have this habit of wanting to share good things with others. So I posted about my activities up online. And a lot of my foreign friends contacted me. And I realized that because of the language barrier, a lot of foreigners residing in Korea have difficulty engaging in volunteer works. So I came up with the name because I was asked by the government to give him a good name. So it's called Volunteer Korea. So we first began 2 to 3 years ago. We have more than 6,000 followers and more than 1,450 participants. And every month we do a lot of events. And we get together 180 people to travel 500 kilometers to do plugging. And we also have events with the ambassadors based in Korea. We say in Korea that if you go through a lot of troubles, then you become more intimate and you become close. I believe in that. So it is an opportunity to bring together foreigners and Koreans, and at times a love story emerges from that kind of relationship as well, that friendship. So I think that what is very important is that you may think that your voice doesn't have much power, but that's not true. When you're watching YouTube, because of algorithm, you like one video, but the next time you get another video recommendation with similar title. So when you do like on YouTube for a video, I hope that you will do that for our environment protection video. And I hope that you will do a lot of volunteer work to protect our Mother Earth. So think about where you can use your voice. I want you to remember that we can't all do everything. If we want to do everything, then we might get burned out. But each of us can do something. So my niece, Ulis, isn't it cute? So I want him to smile and be happy for the future. So if I say 환경, environment, speak louder, get louder. So let's do it together. For environment, let's get louder. Thank you. Yes, that is true. We have to get louder together for the environment. Yes, so that was a very interesting presentation by Julian, who is also very active as the environmental influencer as well as the environment ambassador. I'm sure that you found the talk to be very inspiring and will empower your endeavors going forward. So we hope to talk with him more during Q&A session, and if you have any questions, please leave them on the online or offline.
평화 분야에서
We will now invite the next speaker on stage. Have you heard of PKO? Yes, I'm sure that you know of PKO. Yes. So I became aware of PKO as I served as MC in one of those international conferences. And today we are joined by Major Lee Soo-yeon from the Republic of Korea Army, who also served at one of the PKO missions. Please give her a big hand. Thank you very much. And you said that I am also a youth, so thank you very much for that, because sometimes I don't feel like I am a youth. And thank you very much for saying that I am a youth. Hello everyone, my name is Lee Soo-yeon, and I'm a major of ROKA, or the Republic of Korea Army. It's an honor to meet you. So when I was first invited to speak at the 2024 Future Dialogue for Global Innovation, of course, I was honored, but I wasn't sure whether I would be the right person to give you a message on the future of the youth. And I wasn't sure how to connect the idea of global innovation to soldier. But then I would like to base my presentation on my short time with the UN peacekeeping mission and what I've learned from my work at the Center for International Peace. And I would like to talk about the role soldiers can play in international peace and invite you to reflect on what you can do for international peace as well. So now I was commissioned as second lieutenant in 2012, and I had a fairly normal officer life. And like most officers, I fantasized a bit about deploying. And in 2020, I was given the opportunity to be deployed to the India-Pakistan military observer mission. And I'm sure that you have your own ideas of deployment, but I've picked a few that I think are the typical images. I was particularly fascinated by the way soldiers worked with foreign troops and the way they interact with the locals. And to be honest, I joined the mission with a light heart. However, my thoughts and attitudes about deployment changed through my experience, and I'm going to share with you some of the experiences that I had in the deployment zone. And before you hear my story, there's one thing that I want to tell you. Now, UN peacekeeping missions currently operate in a total of 11 regions, and each mission is working in a different environment under the umbrella of the UN. This means that each mission group and each individual may have a different deployment experience. So I do not want you to generalize deployment based on my own experience. I will now start sharing my story. I was deployed for about 15 months. And life in the deployment zone was definitely not what I had expected. First, the infrastructure was completely different than Korea. Of course, I expected there to be differences, but it was different to experience them firsthand. Now, this is the filter to clean water, and then on the left, that is the filthy one. And in fact, you have to change filters on time, but then many times the filters are not replaced on time. And that caused stomach aches early in the deployment. And then this is something that we cannot see in Korea. Now, the roads are not prepared for rock falling, so the infrastructure is not there. However, because we had to carry out missions, we had to travel. Also, in Korea, you have to watch out for mountain mosquitoes only, but in deployed regions, you have to watch out malaria as well as dengue fever. And I contracted dengue fever right before the deployment, so I had to struggle. And the second is the risk you're exposed to during the mission. And this is what occurred in 2020. Now, my experience with the UN military observer group in India and Pakistan was an unarmed mission, which means no protection other than personal bulletproof vest and vehicles. So that's why when you perform a daily task, you have to report in advance which region you're going to so that you can avoid unnecessary risks. Nevertheless, these accidents do happen. Fortunately, no one was injured at the time, but the observers could not carry out missions for a while. So deployment can expose you to unexpected dangers, and that can lead to PTSD later in life. I previously talked about hygiene and safety issues, but then they are, in a way, personal issues that I was able to overcome over time. However, it was my role as peacekeeper that caused me to reflect. And then Julian mentioned that he underwent this climate depression. And I think that I had a similar feeling, but with respect to peacekeeping. Now, as a military observer, my main task was to investigate and report on any violations of the ceasefire between the two countries to ensure that they do not recur. Unfortunately, the reality on the ground was far different from what I had expected. Now, sometimes, the experience of me and my team members traveling to the field for more than 8 hours round trip and writing reports in an exhausted state, sometimes we only later find out that the reports were not applied or the reports did not help make a difference, and that experience was very disheartening. So this is why some people think negatively about deployment, and others, after experiencing a UN mission, they never want to go back. And so I had negative view about the peacekeeping mission, and then I somewhat felt helpless. And yet, why am I still working in UN peacekeeping missions? I will share one last story with you to tell you the reason why. So I talked about the poor and harsh living conditions and the exposure to danger. And then I had the opportunity to patrol a village one day, and I was able to interact with civilians. And that village had recently been hit by shelling, so that is a bombing, and civilians approached us to express their plight. And as someone representing the UN and the mission, I was in no position to make any promises or offer immediate solutions, and the civilians knew it. Nevertheless, they approached me and told me what had happened in their village, who in their family had died, and so forth. And they also showed me how their houses collapsed due to the shelling. We talked for about 30 minutes, and then after that 30-minute conversation, they relaxed a bit and they thanked me for hearing them out. And in that moment, for the first time, I felt like I mattered as peacekeeper. And that changed my perspective. So to be honest, I was feeling like I was not making any difference. However, in that very short moment, I was able to feel that we somehow can bring small peace to the people on the ground by listening to their stories. And now we have the Israeli-Hamas war, the Israeli-Lebanese conflict. And the world is currently in the midst of a number of conflicts, and that's threatening the lives of many people. In addition, there are less known conflicts, such as the Congo, the civil war in the Central African Republic, and also India and Pakistan, where I was deployed to. Now, my deployment gave me the opportunity to think about what I can do to help in these global conflicts. And now I work at the Center of International Peace, and as I served on a mission, I was able to find the answer to this question from a quote from Mr. Dag Hammarskjöld, the second UN Secretary General, who said peacekeeping is not a job for soldiers, but only soldiers can do it. So this is a paradoxical sentence, but he emphasizes the importance of soldiers in peacekeeping missions. Now, soldiers can only do so much to bring about the peace in conflict zones. Rather, politics, diplomacy, and the private sector can play a larger role. However, in violent conflict situations, soldiers are the only ones who can play a role in de-escalating tensions between hostile forces and helping to restore peace and stability. So peacekeepers play a neutral role, and they deter violence, and they serve as mediator, and they can help stopping and containing violence in conflict zones. And that was my personal experience. And today I talked about the peacekeeping mission that I experienced and what soldiers can do for international peace. I thank the organizer for giving me the opportunity to share with you my experience. There are many different people working for world peace right now in their respective positions. As a soldier, I am doing the best in my position to contribute to international peace. Then what can you do for international peace? I hope my talk inspired you to think about that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We heard from Major Lee Soo-yeon, who is a youth, and she contributes to international peace as an international cooperation officer and as a person who served in the UN peacekeeping activities. So we also need to think about that as well.
에 맞서서 평등의
I would like to introduce the speaker who reminds us of the value of equality in the face of hate and discrimination. Many of you may have come across him through various broadcasts and media, and he was also part of the opening performance. I would like to invite up on stage Hyunjin, member of the idol group Big Ocean. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Hello everyone, I'm Hyunjin from Big Ocean. We are our rookie idol group that debuted this past April. We kicked off our journey on MBC show Music Core and have performed on music shows from all three major terrestrial broadcasters, often considered a needle's eye for small entertainment agencies. On the day of our debut, we even received official congratulations from the Director General of the WHO, marking the start of our journey amidst warm wishes from so many people. In July, we became model for Pocari Sweat advertisement, which is a gateway for introducing rising rookies. 2 months later, we had the honor of being named Rookie of the Month by Billboard in the US. Our fans are called Wave, and since our debut, countless waves have been created around the world. This year, we performed in France, the US, and the Cayman Islands. Next year, even more performances are planned, including one in the Switzerland at the invitation of the UN's ITU, International Telecommunications Union. But none of this was not easy from the start. In fact, everything felt like a distant, unattainable dream. The reason for that is all of our members have hearing disabilities. We are the first group of this kind in the world, not just among idols, but also among all singers. This is unprecedented. The three of us have varying degrees of hearing disability, ranging from severe to mild. We use cochlear implants and hearing aids to supplement our hearing. Because hearing itself is challenging, we didn't grow up very closely connected to music, and naturally, we had very few opportunities to sing or dance while growing up. When we decided to become idols, all of us, without exception, were tone deaf, rhythmically challenged, and clumsy dancers, having all of these three worst qualities as singers. But we couldn't give up on our dream. We began, as you can see, by improving our dance. Each member hears sound differently, and with the latency, having to hear from using different individual devices, dancing in perfect synchronization like typical idols seemed nearly impossible. So we decided to stop relying on our hearing and began focusing on other senses like sight and touch. We realized that we gathered more information from the movement of clapping hands than the sound in itself. So, to match the beat of the song, we created a video with flashing lights and played it on a large screen. And later, we trained by using vibration mode smartwatches to feel vibrations synced to the beat. The next challenge was singing. We used a mobile app that visually displayed our pitch to work hard on rap as well as vocal training. We are still receiving this type of training. But since it's fundamentally difficult for us to monitor how our voices sound, we weren't ready to release recordings immediately. That's where we turned to technology for help. One of the AI technologies we used is a solution called Singing Voice Conversion. It uses deep learning to analyze our voices and then converts them into a style that sounds more polished. While AI voice technology has recently been misused for deepfakes or voice phishing, the way we use AI is indeed beneficial to humanity and expands the diversity of music. It has been recognized as a positive example within the tech industry as well. As we painstakingly worked through these challenges, the final hurdle was whether society would embrace and accept us. They say the essence of being an idol lies in idolization, the sense of mysteriousness, mystic, seemingly approachable yet distant, and overwhelming talent achieved through intense competition and effort, and key to creating extraordinary, almost unreal qualities. However, we often heard that having a disability makes it difficult to become an object of admiration, which leads to failure in idolization strategies. Many even advised us not to begin at all. We heard that debuting would be nearly impossible, and that even if we managed to debut, we would shine briefly before disappearing. Despite all of this, a comment we stumbled upon by chance read like this: how many people even get the chance to shine even for a moment? Even if it's brief, please shine as brightly as you can. And this gave us strength to keep going. Why do so many people think that individuals with disabilities cannot become idols? When I think about it, I realize once again that I said something similar like this during a recent interview. I said, I've never dreamed of becoming an idol, but when the company approached me with the opportunity, it felt like a miracle, so I grabbed onto it. Not long after that, I visited my family home in Daegu. While there, I took out an old photo album and started looking through childhood pictures. And I was very surprised because as I flipped through the pages, a school record fell out, and I read it, and it said that my dream job was idol in elementary school. So I was convinced I had taken a different path, that it never crossed my mind, and yet I came to realize that this was not my initial intent. As I went through school, As I met people and grew older, somewhere along the way, I stopped voicing my dream, like that faded school record. My dream had gradually lost its color. Realizing that I had something rediscovered and achieved a dream I had completely forgotten brought me so much joy, and it also strengthened my resolve to never again forget my dreams or let the opinions of others deter me. Ever since becoming idol, fans send us letters and emails every day. There have been many days when we've shed tears while reading them. I remember one message that said, "Yesterday I didn't want to live through today, but thanks to bigocean, I'll try to face tomorrow." Messages like this are more common than I had expected. It shows that many people feel their current lives are so difficult that they start looking forward to the next life. This includes many people with disabilities, but also those without. Regardless of whether or not they have disabilities, everyone has struggles in their lives. Seeing bigocean making a debut as idol, despite this tight-knit a lot of prejudices of the society, they found a message that they, too, should try to give it a bit more effort. For those who are inspired by us, we feel even more determined to show them our best. Honestly, for young people, changing the world in the way they want and getting rid of discrimination from the start is not easy. If I may say so, the easiest thing to change might be yourself. For me as well, during my time as a trainee, the biggest obstacle was this doubt about myself. Can I do this well? Is it all impossible because I can't hear the sound? It was harder to tell whether I struggled with dancing due to lack of practice or because I couldn't hear the music. Whenever I felt overwhelmed, I often unconsciously blamed it on my hearing disability. But as it turned out, what was holding back my dancing wasn't my hearing disability, it was my flat foot. Once I realized that maintaining balance was difficult because of my flat feet, I felt at ease. So I began practicing again, this time with insoles designed for flat feet. Just like how the famous Park Ji-sung became an excellent Korean and global soccer player. Now nothing could stand in my way. Start by convincing the easiest person to persuade, yourself, and then convincing the people around you. And then if this spreads to even more people, then won't society, which once seemed so difficult to change, naturally transform someday? Just like how so many people who once said people with disabilities couldn't be idols have now changed their minds. There are many other things in the world that we hope to change, not just perceptions or disabilities, superficial obsession with appearance, discrimination based on sexual orientation, cold attitudes towards the elderly, rejection of multiculturalism, income inequality. Existing discriminations and hatred also persist. But if we start the smallest efforts we can make and succeed in both big and small missions, I believe the thoughts of those watching will naturally begin to change. In this way, I believe we will gradually move closer and closer to the society we hope for. Last but not least, we bigocean will continue today and tomorrow to dismantle society's prejudices and bring even more hope to the world. Thank you for listening. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big hand once again. It was indeed a truly inspiring speech. And just like Hyunjin, there are so many young people who are overcoming their weaknesses and disabilities to thrive further. And they are now indeed writing a new chapter of the idol's history. So thank you very much for that speech. Moving on to the last speaker.
일찍 제주
Now, the last speaker traveled from Jeju Island early this morning. Now, she is the co-CEO of Chitta, and with Chitta, she closes the generational gap and fosters dialogue between generations. Please give her a big hand. Yes, hello everyone. I woke up at 4:30 this morning to fly to Seoul. and I'm from Jeju, and thank you for the inspiring talks, and thank you very much for giving me this valuable opportunity to speak, and I hope that my talk can be as inspiring as the previous ones. So this is what I would like to talk to you today. Now we are talking about youth and generations, but rather than focusing too much about the methodology in terms of how to connect the different generations, I would like to talk more about my own personal experience and how we physically worked hard to connect the different generations. Now we see worsening generational gap between people, and we have a widening gap between generations, and I hope that my presentation can help you close the discrepancy, and I'll try to be brief and finish my presentation in 10 minutes. Now I would like to talk about project 짓다, which means to build, and we wanted to build something better, and we are based in Jeju, and actually we had no capital, and we had no connections, and we started the project group 짓다 with our desire to stand on our own feet. Now, these are some of the social problems that we identified. We wanted to take care of the youth who are marginalized in our society. So we wanted to increase the resilience of the youth at the margins of life, and we kicked off projects to help them. And then we started building connections and touch points with not only the youth, but with different generations. And over time, we were able to enrich the connections. Now, for about 6 years now, we have been carrying out a number of projects, and we are grateful that we have received many participants, and they also gave us momentum and motivation to move forward. Now we began with the youth, but then we started scaling up to cover the 40s, 50s, and 60s. And we are now expanding the platform. Now, we were able to scale up thanks to various projects that we attempted. Of course, we did fail many times, and we cannot call what we have right now a success, but still I believe that we were able to come this far thanks to these people. And now I would like to share the projects that we carried out. First, I would like to talk about community. Now, we have many youth eating alone, and that has become a culture here in Korea. But sometimes you do not want to eat alone at home, because sometimes you have to take out food from the fridge and you have to eat alone, and it does not taste good. And it's so much better when the same food is enjoyed outside with people, and that led to the project monthly lunch boxes. So every last Saturday of the month, we gather with people at different locations, such as Village Pavilion, the beach, and a French workshop, to catch up on each other's lives and discuss diverse topics, including veganism startups, Haenyeo female divers, and farming, and so forth. So we engage in conversation by eating together, and these are some of the activities that we have been carrying out for the past few years. And now this is one of the most popular programs that we offer. We have more youth coming to local regions, and of course they have concerns about the new life. It's all good that I am starting a new life here, but how about the house? And what can I do for living? Those are some of the concerns. So you have those youth, and then you have the local farmers, and they come together to harvest carrots and other produce. And I'm from Gujaub, which relies on agriculture. And because livelihoods are largely drawn from agriculture, agriculture itself is always a hot topic. Now, people want to help each other out when it comes to agriculture and farming. So we have been doing this for about 4 to 5 years, and we were grateful that about 20 to 30 young people or the local residents they get together for this project, and we have many people flying to Jeju just for the harvest festival. Now, since you have harvest, now it is time to enjoy them. We want to communicate the beauty of the agricultural produce, and we want the participants to pair different food and seasoning, like for instance pepper and the potatoes that they harvest, and provide them a gourmet workshop. Now, we carry out many projects and we meet different people, and this is something that's always top of mind, which is sustainability. We have been doing this for a very long time, and I think that by placing sustainability at the forefront, we were able to come this far. Now, I talked about harvesting as well, and I told you that Gujaub in Jeju is a town where livelihoods are largely drawn from agriculture. That also means that the youth should be able to survive by farming only. So what we have is this Sonong Road, which is a platform for small-scale farmers, and we want to help the youth stand on their 2 feet and become self-sustaining. And we also tell the stories of the people with interesting life. And we also talk about the youth and also the 40s and 50s. So of course there are young people who want to jump into farming, but then there are people in their 40s and 50s who have farmed for a long time or who want to try something new, and we connect with them. And we also, for instance, develop food and produce, and we provide these to the participants. And by doing so, we want to help out the farmers in the region. Now, I told you the second and first keyword, and the third keyword, which is ecology, is something that we want to do in the future. Now, we live in a turbulent time, and what can we do in these times? And of course, when you're alone, you cannot do so much. So we want to bring different people together, for instance, local artists, chefs, and others, to build an eco-community. So this is a camp style that we want to have. And we are now discussing the launch of a camp-style program. Now, we talked about and we heard about climate change and other topics, but then we are farmers who farm. And being a farmer, you know firsthand the existential threat of climate change. Now, when it comes to this existential threat, and when it comes to growing local produce, and about being self-sustaining and contributing to peace, I believe that not only the Korean youth, but the global youth should come together to lay out inspiring ideas. So we want to bring the youth together, and we want them to harvest carrots, and we want to have them engage in an on-conference. And I very much look forward to your interest in the youth-led dialogue that we plan to host next year. And on top of that, we have tried different initiatives, and we plan to try new ideas going forward as well. Of course, we still have obstacles. We are still meeting people, we still engage in dialogues, and we still welcome people. And Now we want to give synergy to one another. And this is not something that I do because I want to own these projects. I have fun in doing these projects, and I know intuitively and my instincts tell me that we need the youth to carry out these projects. And I would like to propose ideas here so that we can make a difference in the future. And of course, you cannot make a difference by yourself. So let us do this together. If you have any questions, so of course you can ask here today, but then simply knock on the door of this cozy place in Jeju Island and we will welcome you. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much for the presentation. Now you bring together the youth and the farmers in Jeju Island. Thank you very much for that. And I could really feel the energy coming out from you. So thank you very much for that. We heard 4 presentations.
그렇습니다.
We heard 4 speakers in 4 different fields, and through that, we were able to view youth culture from a different perspective. From now on, we will invite all the speakers for session 2 to have a Q&A session to talk about the youth generation addressing global challenges. So I will be facilitating the Q&A session. So please ask a lot of questions. So all the speakers, please come up to the stage and take your seats. I will also move to the center of the stage.
네, 이번 세션
Yes, this session was filled with very interesting talk and presentations as well. So I very much look forward to this Q&A session on the youth generation addressing global challenges. And we covered 4 different areas by 4 speakers. So if you have any questions, please raise your hand. We will hand you over the microphone. It's first come, first served. So please go ahead. Participant in the middle, please introduce yourself and to whom your question is addressed to. Hello, I have a question for Hyunjin. So when you were preparing for a debut, what were some of the challenges and what was your happiest moments after debut? Thank you very much for that question. As you may well know, before we made our debut, we had a common challenge. That is that all of our members have hearing disabilities and their level of disability is all different. So whenever we practice a dance and we play a music, all of us reacted differently to the beat of the music. If the count speed is 1, 2, 3, 4, so that's the speed of the count. But when the members perceive is all different. One member would perceive it faster and the other is much slower. So we had to do some kind of coordination in terms of practicing and training. So as you saw in my presentation, we used the vibration smartwatch to use the vibration, and the smartwatch would send vibrations to our body. And there was a monitor that emits light. For example, when we play a music, then according to the beat of the music, the light would display on the LED display. So in terms of sight and touch, we could all feel these sensations by using these devices for our practice. And we also use hearing aids, but sometimes it is not available depending on the condition or environment. So we had to always do rehearsals. There is a full-size mirror, and we install a camera, and we recorded the video. And while monitoring the video, all of the timing of the synchronization of the move, if that is different, then people or our members would rehearse it more and then get together and also repeat our rehearsals and practice after much talk. So that was one of the challenges even before and after debut. And when was I really happy after debut? Well, there are so many. And it's very difficult to just choose one moment because after we debuted, a lot of our fans prepared messages congratulating our debut. So our debut stage was on April 20th at the Music Core, the program. And after the stage, when we came back to the waiting room, the staff actually told us that there is a video prepared by our fans. And we saw the video, we watched the video, and we were very much moved because when we communicate, of course, we communicate from time to time verbally, but if we are in a very, very noisy environment, we cannot use our words to communicate, so we use sign language. But in the video, there were fans using Korean sign language, the American Sign Language. There were all of these fans from different cultures using different types of languages. So we felt that we were able to communicate much more, going beyond just verbal language. And I was very happy. Yes, thank you very much for sharing with us that story. I could really feel your face lightening up while sharing your story. I guess you are very much beloved by your fans. Now, I would like to move on to the next person for the question. The lady. And we have 30 minutes, which is enough to get a lot of questions. So take your time.
Yes, I am an intern at MOFA. My name is 조은나래. I have a question to Jisoo. Well, before I came here, I read some of your articles about Project Chitta, and then when they go to some of the local communities, of course they have to encounter challenges, but they persevered and they had to be patient to overcome the challenges. Now, I believe that it is quite important to develop a sense of belonging, and there are some youth who find that difficult to find a sense of belonging, and what can you tell them? Yes, thank you very much for that question. Now, yes, we are still struggling, and we still have to overcome obstacles. But then now, of course, joining an existing community or creating a new community is never easy. But what I think is of the essence here is to find meaning. So, no matter what community you enter, I think that you have to find meaning and significance in what you do. And I met my members 6 to 7 years ago, and we have different backgrounds, we have different career and stories and experience, and of course it is very difficult to be on the same page and stay aligned, which is why we try to engage in as much dialogue as possible. And well, I think that is a lifetime job ahead of us. Yes, it's something that you need to do throughout your career and during your entire life. Okay, so that will be a lifelong homework. Now, let us move on to the next question. Yes.
안녕하세요.
Hello, I am intern at the East Asia Economic Division at MOFA. I have a question for Julian. So it's about policy direction. So from 2025, there's going to be Trump administration who's going to be mostly against the climate change policies. So I think that could have a negative impact on the declining awareness about the importance of climate change. So, against this backdrop of declining interest in climate change, how can we raise more awareness about climate change for the younger generation? Thank you very much for that question. Yes, of course. I am also closely following the messages sent by the US, as US is an influential country, and I think that US policy will be very crucial in defining the path forward for many other countries. And I've also had concerns while watching the election and the results as well, because we are at a very important point in time in history, but for the next 4 to 5 years, because these are will be the crucial times. But in the US, there are some areas where presidents don't wield much power in terms of some topics, and they have the Senate and the House of Representatives. Their voices are also important. But I think we also cannot neglect the importance of national interest, because Biden administration implemented the Inflation Reduction Act. The act aims to reduce inflation, but it also includes a lot of environmental elements. And one of the biggest beneficiaries of this IRA is the Republicans who are running their own companies. And the coal has become much, much more expensive than before. So I believe that environment is not just something that should be protected because I like and I want to protect the environment, but it can bring a lot of benefits and advantages to us. And I think it is based on this perspective that we have to have our discussions. And whatever the government policy, the citizens' commitment is also important. And in the US, there is the EPA, the Environment Protection Agency, which was created by President Nixon. And a lot of people voiced the importance of creating such agency. So the government initiative added together with the citizens' voice can make a lot of impact. So even though we reverse the trend, if many other countries are making a lot of leap forward, that can also work positively. A lot of people consider economy and environment are two things in very deep conflict, as if you're going for environment, you're giving up economy, or vice versa. But I don't think that is true. Nowadays, we cannot achieve sustainable economic growth with disregards to environment. And if the environment is degraded, then it can have a negative impact on the economy as well. A lot of statistics show that. So regardless of the Trump administration's future policies, I think that the overall move or the movement cannot be declined largely. So let's say Biden administration wanted to promote the EV development, and with the incoming administration, we cannot completely reverse 100% the previous administration's policy. That is very difficult to do. And a lot of people say that, Trump's action and the words are different. And some people say that in America, that climate change issue was raised by China to impact the U.S. But I think that there are many, many people out there who can create a change. And so if we remain in solidarity and if we work together, we'll be able to have a very productive next 4 to 5 years. I think that the question was very difficult to answer, and it's very important for us to be united. But I think that in the U.S., Democrats are also involved and engaged with a lot of gas exploration and oil exploration projects. So I don't think that they're also doing like 100% perfectly. But I think that against this backdrop, we have to speak louder, as I said, and work together more. Thank you. Yes, so I could really feel how Julian has been thinking a lot and hard about this issue and you are from Europe, but with the re-election of Trump, a lot of people are paying attention as to what the U.S. policy would be going forward. So thank you very much for your input. And since there was a question about climate change, I would like to ask another question related to this topic to Julian. So you're from Europe, but I think you probably lived more in Korea. I lived here 21 years. Yes, so I lived here longer than the high school students who live here. So maybe a bit difficult to know a lot about the European case. So I would like to know the level of or the gap between the European policy and the Korean policy vis-a-vis climate change. Well, if we think about Europe, there are so many different countries, and UK is no longer EU. Bye-bye. But all the coal-fired power plants are now suspended or closed. And what I think is important, but there is a climate change index that is officially published. So this is to measure the national response to climate change. And I was very, very surprised. So Korea ranks 64th out of 67 countries. I found that to be very regretful. Former Vice President Al Gore came to Korea to talk about climate issue, and he said, Korea has technology, has the infrastructure, has everything, but why can it do better in terms of climate change? There is a growing awareness about this topic in Korea, and Koreans are excellent. We excel at recycling. So if recycling is one of the sports discipline in the Olympics, I think that you can get more medals in recycling than archery. But anyways, in terms of policy initiative and drive, it's lacking a little bit. For example, in France, they try to minimize the distance of the public transports that should be used when traveling to many different countries. And also in Europe, there is a carbon border adjustment mechanism. So, for example, if you export products to Europe, but if you use a lot of carbon in making that product, then you will be imposed tax or tariff. So if you look at all of these policy initiatives, you can see that they're quite aggressive in Europe. But I think that there is a move to do so also in Korea, culturally speaking as well. While listening to Hyunjin's presentation and also other speakers' presentations, I was very much moved and touched. So I hope that we can promote not only K-pop, but also K-green going forward. So is it a matter of sense of awareness, or do you think that we have to strengthen regulation here in Korea? I think that we have to do both. So I don't know exactly about the situation, but I think this year it was the first time that we will exceed the 1.5 degree increase of global temperature for the first time. Nowadays, I attend a lot of meetings dealing with this topic, and I think that the sense of awareness and enhanced regulation will come together. Now, that was a mix of online and offline questions for Julian, and we have 20 minutes, so we will move on with the Q&A.
Yes, hello. I'm a university student, and my name is Irara, and I have a question to Suyeon, and I major in politics. Thank you very much for your service. Now we suffer from the war in Ukraine, and there is also the conflict in Pakistan and also in Israel, and that brings us and reminds us of the importance of global peace and stability, and what would be the role that the youth can play on top of the role of the soldiers. Now, what is the advice that you can give us? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that question. In fact, I was not sure that I could play such a role. And when I first joined the military, I did not become a soldier thinking about how I can contribute to international peace. However, I am very interested in that topic. And as I mentioned in my presentation, there is the role that soldiers can do, and I believe that everyone can play a different role in their respective position. But what I can tell you is that you need to stay interested in international peace. Of course, your roles will be different, but then you have to stay interested because otherwise we cannot move forward. And that's why I mentioned some of the wars. And there are some conflicts that we are aware of and others that we are not quite familiar with. And the same went for me as well. So we need to make sure that we do not lose sight of the conflicts around the world, and then you have to look to how you can contribute in your own respective position. Yes, the definition of peace and conflict can be different. So thank you very much for that answer. Okay, the follow-up question is for Suyeon as well. So you experienced the PKO, and what would be the definition of peace as of today? Some people say that the absence of war is peace, but then you have experienced different conflict zones and different regions with and without conflict. So what is your definition of peace? Thank you very much for that question. Yes, we say that the absence of war is peace, and that is the passive definition of peace. And of course, absence of physical fight and conflict could also be called peace. However, I believe that that is a passive definition, and our mission is different. The global community seeks to move beyond the absence of conflict and war, so that everyone can enjoy a better life. And that itself would be peace, and we need to work towards that direction. Now, soldiers can play a role in that. It's, of course, about making sure that that peace is established in its passive form. So it's about preventing conflict and deterring conflict so that we can move on to the next step. So that matters. Thank you very much for that answer. Yes, we have a question here. I will now give you the floor. Yes, the lady.
같은 질문이었군요.
Okay, you wanted to ask the second question? Okay. Now, the gentleman. Yes.
I have a question for Julianne. So, thank you very much for making the Korean Peninsula clean with your volunteer activities. So, a lot of environmental groups, there are some extreme groups that they paint like walls or paint like public infrastructure or cars or airplanes. What do you think about these initiatives? I'm sometimes asked this question, are you for or against this move? But I think that we should not forget this thing. They paint only buildings that have windows, and they only paint on the glass. So I think that is too early to determine whether they're wrong or they're right. So I also had that question and watched a video that talked about these people. So there were two old lady, and they they were probably like in their 70s. They're very aged senior people, and they went to the Magna Carta related wall, and then they painted their hands, and then they printed their red hands on the walls. And you wonder why they're doing this. So there are more climate refugees than war refugees around the world. You might know that. And the Milton hurricane in the US, it was category 5, but it should have been category 6 if that had existed. So everything is surpassing the maximum level that we see. You know, you mentioned about some unknown wars, but unfortunately, we know very well about which soccer player has gone to which soccer team, which celebrity broke up with whom. But when we don't really hear a lot about the climate refugees on TV. And all of these activists, they appear on TV. But we say that we have to manage a tree well, the fruits well of a tree, so that we'll be able to assess the tree. Scientists have said enough. They have done what they could do. But now it is the time for the media, but the media is not working. And that is why these activists are so scared and very fear about what's going to happen in the future, and they're taking that kind of action. I'm sure that there are people who criticize them, and I do not personally advocate for that kind of action, but I think we have to understand that they are in this situation, in a frustrated situation. But I don't know whether it's right or wrong, but what we have to understand about these activists is that they are not, painting over like very important paintings. Van Gogh said that the best painting in the world is nature in itself. So if Van Gogh had lived until today, I think that the people would have worked harder to protect the environment. If Van Gogh had been living in this era, he probably would have advocated for these activists, but I don't know. Yes, it was a very difficult question to answer, but yet that we're talking about it, I think that in itself is very important. And thank you for the question. Now let's move on to the next question.
Hello. So I'm a grad school student. I major in IT design convergence, and my question goes to Suyeon. Well, in fact, because I am academic researcher of design, it's more about problem solving rather than expressing in the form of art, and that is what I study, and this is my impression. So because you served in PKO, now you have the past and the present, and we have hatred and rage being expressed around the world. And of course, we have to look towards the future, and some of the problems will somewhat become lighter, but then it will not entirely disappear. And we have experienced that over and over. However, in conflict zones, I'm sure that you had some good memories. And building on your experience, now we have the vicious cycle of hatred and anger. And how can we break away from that cycle? Can you please share your personal input? Well, because you said you majored in IT, I was like, oh, so he is not going to ask me a question, but then anyways. So that's something that I always think about. Now, when I was invited to speak at the 2024 Future Dialogue for Global Innovation, I also gave that a thought. And just like the speakers in the previous session mentioned, we need to engage in a conversation. We need to want to know about one another, because otherwise there is no way you will know. And now hatred, on the media, and what you see on the media will be everything that you know of. And in terms of Pakistan, well, I only had the image from the news media when I first went there to serve the mission. But that was not the entire story. Now, so it's not about the ethnicity or the race. It's more about my community, my family, and the sense of belonging. And they're good people just getting by with their everyday life. And now we have people who do not want to learn, and without wanting to learn or without wanting to find out more about those people, you will never know. So you need to want to engage in a conversation, and you have to have the willingness to learn about those people. And I also learned a lot during my previous session. I'm not sure whether I answered your question. Yes, thank you very much. So we need to have questions. We need to want to find out more about one another. And of course, we may not be able to reach a conclusion or find a solution, but engaging in a conversation only can be meaningful. And I believe that we are doing just that. We have about 6 minutes left, so I will now open up the floor one more time for more questions. Thank you very much for the engaging session.
Hello, I am from Hankuk University of Foreign Studies Graduate School, Ji-won. My question is addressed to all the 4 speakers up on stage. When listening to your presentations, you often use the phrase, despite all that, nevertheless. So I think that one of the concerns that we have as young people is the uncertainty about the path ahead, the choices that we have to make. So I would like to ask you, as you have overcome challenges in your lives, I would like to ask you what kind of advice that you would give us. So this is a question for all the speakers. Now, let's begin with Jisoo.
에 대한 불안
Now, of course, you are afraid of uncertainty. And how can we navigate those challenges? Any tips that you would like to share? Well, in fact, even at this moment, everything is uncertain. And we are anxious, and we face difficulties even as we speak. But still, we carried out many different projects and initiatives, and we try many ideas. And it's okay to fail, because you have to do it to know the next step. So you have to just, put yourself out there. I never imagined myself as a farmer, because I majored in trade, and I also began my career at a trading company in another country. But then I wanted to do something new, and then I just traveled to Jeju, and I met like 200 people in a tiny space, and I started agriculturing or farming with a hoe only. So that was my own personal experience. Hyunjin?
조언을 해주고 싶어요.
What about you, Hyunjin? Before becoming an idol, I used to work as a YouTube creator. And the topic of the contents was about the prejudice as well as stereotypes on persons with disability. And I did a lot of one-person role play back then. So when it comes to creator, it's uploading videos on YouTube. And we also have uncertainties as a creator, because we don't know how the audience would react, how the viewers would react. So I was very worried about that in the beginning. But when I challenged head on, a lot of people were interested in my contents, and I learned a lot of lessons along the way. A lot of people believe that the YouTube platform is a red ocean channel market because it's very competitive. And despite all that, a lot of people, after watching my video, share stories among themselves. And I could also get a lot of things out of it. There was a time when I attended a gathering of creators, YouTube creators or creators in general, and they shared their life stories and experiences at that gathering. And everybody said that they went through trials and errors, and they had ups and downs, and they tackled all of these challenges. And it was all of these experiences that were put together to make them professionals. Whatever it is an experience that you have done or not done before, if you continue to experience and make efforts, you can learn something from it. And based on that learning, you can get a hobby and you can further build on your hobby to develop something new. Yes, life is full of uncertainties and it seems like they are endless. But amidst all of this process, you seek self-development and also try to identify what your hobby is, your passion is. I think that your efforts will bear fruit. So that I hope that all of you will go head on. Yes. Becker also said in his keynote speech, a failure equals a very small success. As all of these pieces of failures and defeat are put together, we can create one huge success. What about you, Major?
Well, in fact, well, this might be me only because of who I am, but I think that we are flooded with data and information, and of course my generation was also flooded with information, but then because of that, sometimes I think that we now understand the importance of failure, and in fact, well, this is the reality. And as other speakers mentioned, because now experience also means that you will know your own threshold. And by understanding your threshold, you can then push yourself for the next step. And of course, that threshold will be different by person. But personally, I had no idea of the size of the this event, and then because I had no idea, well, I was brave enough to say yes to speak here. But then I came here and I'm still nervous. Maybe had I known that this was such a large event, I would have declined the offer to speak. But then anyways, I think that of course I made some mistakes and so forth, but I think that this became my experience and it will be a building block for me in the future. And I will learn from this as well. So you don't need to research too much, although you are flooded with information. I think once you know what to do, rather than finding something else, I think that you need to persevere. Thank you very much for that. Yes. Now we are nearing the end of the Q&A session. So now, Julia, what's your insight?
As a very talkative person myself, I will try to speed up because the counter says in front of me that I have no more time left. I don't think there is one right way. I've never imagined that I will be walking down this road of environment protection, and especially here in Korea. So I think that we have to enjoy this process. Whatever we do, we can fail at it, even though you wanted to do, and we can also fail at it, even though you didn't want to do it. And Jim Carrey once said that he used to work for a company and he was fired, and he thought that we can also look for a way from the things that we don't want to do. So I have done a lot of things throughout my career. I've been working for an event planning agency, worked for a TV broadcasting station, and Hyunjin mentioned about the process and the importance of the process and that we can learn from it. So I think that it is very important to find your kind of joy and pleasure in that journey, in that process. Thank you very much. Yes, so I think that was a very important and significant last question asked. Yes, so uncertainty faced by all of us is a common challenge. So if we experience something, we can say that something is certain, but if we haven't experienced something, then we can say it's uncertain. But because we have uncertainty, that means that we have a lots of experiences that we have never experienced to enjoy in the future. So I think that we can have a very different perspective on that issue. So we were able to have a very fruitful session about the generations addressing global challenge through different perspectives. Now, this brings us to the end of session 2, where I hope that all of these positive impact from our young people or young activists could resonate with you. We are now going to have a short break, and from 3:50 we will move on to session 3, the fireside chat on proposals from the youth generation for the future. I will see you back at 3:50. going to host the session 3.
한번 사전에 받은 참석 확인 문자상 링크
Yes, please scan the QR code or connect to the link to pick the session and also fill in your personal information, including your phone number, age, name, and so forth, and ask your questions. And as for our on-site participants, we will provide you with more chance to ask your questions. And we will provide coffee vouchers for those of you who have submitted questions based on lucky draw. So we look forward to everybody's participation. Now we will begin session 3. Please take your seats, and we look forward to your participation until the end.
네, 이공사 글로벌 혁신
Okay. Now this is the last session of the 2024 Future Dialogue for Global Innovation. Thank you very much for staying with us until the very end of the event. Now we have had the privilege to enjoy diverse topics and insight. Now session 3 will take the format of a fireside chat under the theme of proposals from the youth generation for the future. Session 3 will be hosted by Mr. Jang Sung-gyu, broadcaster slash celebrity who will share stories with the youth. Please give him a big hand. Hello everyone. Thank you very much for the kind introduction, but allow me to once again introduce myself. Hello everyone. For about an hour, we will engage in a fireside chat, and my name is Jang Sung-gyu. It's a pleasure to meet you all. So from what I understand, this event began at 10 a.m. and you have been staying here from 10 a.m. Am I right? Not too tired? Thank you very much for staying until the very last session. How about 10 a.m.? Were all the seats full? Okay. Okay. You know what? This is very cozy, and I think that we can engage in a very in-depth discussion with this amount of people. Now, it is my great honor to be the MC of Session 3 of the 2024 Future Dialogue for Global Innovation. And Session 3 is entitled Proposals from the Youth Generation for the Future. And we will share ideas and suggestions, so please feel free to talk, and we will also hear from the participants online. So initially, we wanted to have this ping-pong conversation between myself and you, but then because we want to make this as smooth running as possible, what we will do is we would like to invite a few speakers and hear their thoughts as well before we open up the floor. Now, I'm sure that you know who will join us today, but in preparation for this year's Future Dialogue for Global Innovation, the organizer held an essay contest on the theme of what is the role of Korean youth in creating a better future for about 2 weeks from October 11 to listen to the voices of diverse youth. And including winners and participants, we selected 5 of them. And we invited 5 people to come here. So Park Do-hyun, Ryu Dong-gyu, and 정유리, 하소라, and Eun-ji will join us on stage. Can you please come on stage and take your seats? So Eun-ji, Sora, okay. I will now take a seat and lead this conversation. Can you please say hello to the audience? Eun-ji, can you please go first? Yes, hello everyone. I study sociology at Jeju University. Hello, I major in 가야금, musical instrument, and also politics. My name is Hasora, and I also play in 20 countries. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Oh, you are global. Now, Yuri? Okay, it's on. Yes, hello everyone. I major in political science and I now am a job seeker. My name is 정유리. Now, Do-hyun? Yes, hello. I major in international trade. I am in my master's degree and I'm doing an internship at MOFA. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Yes, hello, Do-hyun. Yes, I study at Sungkyunkwan University and my major is economics. My name is Yu Dong-gyun. Okay, thank you very much. Now we will engage in a fireside chat and feel free to jump into the conversation. Okay, now Eun-ji.
네, 안녕하세요.
Nice to meet you. Hello. So I heard that you are the winner. What was the topic of your essay? It was on environment, especially on environmental disaster. And I've done a lot of activities with other youth on environment, and my essay was picked based on that experience. So congratulations. Yes. I feel very much ashamed to say that I have not done much to protect the environment. I think that I would have a lot to learn from you. So when did you begin having interest in environment or climate? In high school, my teacher actually organized an event for the whole school. So I helped the teacher out and I read a lot of books regarding climate. And after graduating, I joined the broadcasting company and the radio company to work on different programs. And I am also studying further in climate in college as well. So you're doing a lot of activities. So I want to know more about your essay. I think that people want to know. So please delve deeper into your story. Thank you. Hello, I would like to introduce once again. I am from Sociology Department of Jeju University, Lee Eun-ji. Today, I'm going to talk about the story of our daily life. In the summer of 2024, we saw a significant rise in temperatures resulting in abnormal weather conditions and the heat. Have you heard about this news? This year is the hottest summer on record, but it will also be the coolest summer in the future. Yes, I hear about this every day, every year. So this statement shocked many people, prompting even those previously not interested in environmental issues to recognizing this increasingly hot summers by quoting this phrase. So when I talk about environment, it was not our priority. So I wanted to actually talk about how we can live together with the environment and what are the current problems and the directions the youth need to take. So it says that we have to change education, culture, and industry. And first of all, young people need to be in line with the changing society to create environmental trends. That was my first suggestion. So I'm sure that you are watching a lot of short form videos. So a lot of people tend to follow the trends on short form videos. So it seems like that maybe environment is like a distant topic for you, but you've probably heard about plugging, which was mentioned by a lot of previous speakers, and it is one of the general most popular environmental initiatives or campaign. And plugging can be applied very differently. For example, we can raise awareness on ocean waste, and we can pick up trash on the beaches. So that is the ocean plugging. And nowadays we have a word combining jogging with plugging as well, and that is becoming an environmental trend. But not only that, there are institutes that include environmental content, but there are also videos or writings about vegetarianism and how they're going viral, and also wearing vintage clothing. That is one of the notable trends. When it comes to trends and the challenges, you might think that they are very easy to follow, but as the trends become more dominant, a lot of people have more things to do with regards to protecting the environment. So there is the vegan bakery and the environmental related information that became more and more available. So if we create a trend that has a positive impact on environment, people who didn't know about environment can have access to information about the environment and have environment protection as part of their daily life. This is a responsibility for youth leading the society, and I believe this is a field where we can excel. The second is involving expanding experiences. We need to develop our keen eye to view the world. When it comes to the climate crisis, it is a global phenomenon, so the youth living in diverse climates need to share the ways of coping with abnormal, extreme weather conditions. So the shared information should not be limited to governments and policy makers and scientists, but should be distributed and disseminated among citizens to collaboratively seek solutions together. So if we expand knowledge and the scope of experience, we can also embrace the feedback of the advanced countries in terms of climate response to improve our policy initiatives, as well as many youth with diverse experiences participate in policymaking. This will contribute to nurturing future talent in South Korea. Now, last but not least, we have to foster environmental sensitivity, and young people has an important role to play. During my school years, I had a chance to meet many individuals working in different fields, and one of the most memorable person was an activist who had volunteered in a very distant, remote area. So this person shared his story about his volunteer experience in a very remote, distant area, and that deeply touched my friends and me. I realized that the new information has a significant impact on students during their adolescence. And young people need to learn, engage with, and experience the environment in various contexts, and then they can play a role in delivering this new information to teenagers. And environmental sensitivity fosters the development of positive values and serves as a foundation for future generations. So it is very important so that we can promote these environmental sensitivity. And I had also written a conclusion. Can I read this out? Yes, you can do anything you want. South Korea is globally recognized as one of the most rapidly developed countries. Having moved past the period focused solely on advancements in science and technology, it is now time to build a society that coexists with the environment. To coexist with those marginalized in discussions, youth preparing to navigate society and the plants and animals we share this planet with, our generation of youth must adopt a reflective attitude and carefully observe society. I firmly believe that by sharing knowledge and engaging with the world with a learning mindset, we can become young people who positively influence the world in this era of climate crisis. Yes, please give it up for NG. Amazing. I am inspired by your speech. impressed by the idea and also sensitivity. And I have two sons, 11 and 5 years old respectively. And I want to share all of that sensitivity with my sons, including doing plugging. So I would like to know what kind of activities are you engaged in terms of environment protection. First of all, as I was part of the student council at college, I have been doing plugging with my classmates. So every 2 to 4 weeks, inside the school and also outside the school as well, together with other colleges and universities. And of course, I always have Tumblr with me. So there's only Eunji with Tumblr here today. Very good, very good. Yeah, it's something that's easy that I can pick up as a habit. But for me, who's very forgetful and lazy, I tend to lose my Tumblr every time I take it out of my house. But what about you, Sora? Please use the microphone. Yes, I lose it a lot, so I spend a lot of money buying Tumblr, and it's become very expensive. Is there a know-how in not losing your Tumblr? I've lost my Tumblr many times as well, but I think that you have to buy your favorite one. So it should be expensive, and it should be like your it item that you want to have it on you all the time. So you have to have a Tumblr that you are afraid of losing. Yeah, so to build rapport with your Tumblr, you can name your Tumblr. Why not give it a name? So what about others? Who uses Tumblr? A lot at home. I have a lot at home. Yeah, so while listening to Eunji, the two gentlemen over there, I would like to ask a question. Is there something that you want to do in protecting the environment? Yes, while listening to Eunji, I'm doing some soul searching. I am, yes, announcer, I'm MC, a broadcaster, you can call me anything. And I try to also use Tumblr outside at home, and I bought it, but it's a bit heavy, but I don't have it always on me. But I think that I'm going to now be an active user of Tumblr and also actively engaged in plugging. Yes, please give a big hand to Doyeon. What about you, Donggun? I've never felt about the need of having to use Tumblr. I don't know if I can say out loud the brand name, but the Starbucks. I don't really like drinking coffee in a large franchise cafes. But anyways, even though I drink only water, I tend to use the paper cups from the water purifier. So I think that I should use more Tumblr in my daily life. Yes, please give it up for also Donggun. So thanks to Eunji, including me, 3 people changed their mindset. So what about you, Yuri? So what do you have in mind when listening to others? I tend to store my tumblers at home, and I forget to take it out with me whenever I go out. That's why I never lose it, but maybe I should put my tumbler at the entrance of my house so that I would not forget about taking it with me. Yes, to build rapport with your tumbler, please make sure to buy the tumbler that you want. And if you were to name your tumbler, what would it be? Let's say that tumbler is one of your sibling and you want to spend more time with it. What would you name it? 구슬이, or like a pearl or beads. So like a pearl, glass pearl. Yes, so I hope that you will go everywhere with your pearl, glass pearl or beads. 구슬이 in Korean. But what about you, Sora? Is there something particular that you want to do specifically for environment? I have a lot of interest in environment, so whenever I perform kayaking performance, I collect some plastics. I collect plastics, and once I have collected enough plastics, I put up a performance of kayagum, of six-stringed Korean instrument, traditional instrument. But I didn't have a chance to talk a lot about this topic, but today I'm very happy to be able to share my thoughts on this topic with the people of my generation. Now, Eunji, do you have any last comment? Since this event is hosted by MOFA, you may think that if you talk about environment, you talk about the rural region, the mountains, and so forth. But when it comes to the environmental movement, it is something that can be shared in many pieces by all the individuals on this planet. So the change of the world is strongly felt by many people around the world, and the impact is more severe in developing countries, especially in Africa. So it's not just a matter of now my environment has become hotter or colder, I feel more hot or more cold, but I think that we have to begin making small changes in order to bring about huge changes. Thank you very much, and I think that's impressive what you're saying. So I want to ask you a personal question. I think that your parents must be very proud of you. Yes, they love what I'm doing. So do your parents also are inspired by you to do more things for the environment? When I was in high school, I was vegan. I attended a lot of environment-related events. So in my house, my mom is a more avid collector or recycler of garbage and trash. And we are all very environment conscious family, and I think that my mom excels me in that regard. So I think this is referred to as the butterfly effect. And I hope that this butterfly effect will spread to other parts of the world. And now I will move on to Sora. So you've traveled 20 countries around the world and you play kayagum. So tell me about your essay. Actually, there were 4 topics to choose from for this essay contest, and I chose intercultural dialogue, how to promote that. So cultural diversity and inclusion, how can we promote these values? And I wrote an essay on that topic. Yes, I think that was the topic just for me. So I said that I engaged in political science with kayagum, a traditional Korean stringed instrument. So 2 things may seem inseparable, but they are inseparable because kayagum, we, for musicians, we tend to rehearse and practice in a studio, and we don't have a lot of chance to interact and communicate with others. But now I have gone abroad and traveled a lot to perform, and that has led me to who I am today. So when it comes to intercultural dialogue and means to promote it, I thought about this question based on my experience. I actually went abroad before the national traditional Korean Music Act was enacted, so I didn't get much subsidy from the government for my travels. But now Korea is regarded as a cultural powerhouse, and there are lots of foreign artists who come to work in Korea. So I believe that it would be nice to have a project to work with these foreign musicians. So it's called Symphony of Culture Projects, or SOC project. So more specifically speaking, each and every artist get together and they don't discuss just for like a short time. It would be like a set week program or 10-day program. So it's to promote the unity of the world by performing one piece of music together. So if we are to disseminate a message throughout this performance, we can reach out to more audiences. And each and every artist has all of these different cultural backgrounds. So when we spend together time for 7 to 10 days, we can have a deeper understanding of each other's culture. Yes, please give it up for Sora. It's an amazing idea. But what comes to my mind as a question is that, you used your kayagum and you spent your own money to perform in more than 20 countries. So being able to initiate that, it's not easy. So I'm often asked this question, and a lot of my juniors also ask me this question. But as I said earlier on, I needed this window for collaboration or communication. That is why I majored in political science. And I traveled around the world, and there are, in Korea, constitutional association in Korea that has a lot of hold these type of concerts. So I together work with this kind of association to showcase my concerts or performance. So you are a college student, but you seem very mature for your age. In a good way. In a good way. I'm born in 1993. So probably 32 years old. You look very, very young for your age. Yes, thank you very much. Now, there are lots of people who want to follow suit. They want to explore these opportunities, but these opportunities are not given to everyone. So in order to seize this opportunity, what kind of efforts do they need to make? Since I tried to create channels for communication, what I failed to do better was creating content. I think that if you develop very good content, and there is the traditional music promotion act in Korea, so it was based on this act that government can provide a lot of support. So you can leverage that kind of support as well. And when it comes to Korean traditional music, you can collaborate with many other musical genres as well. So I think that we have to be open to embracing more other musical genres from other countries. I think that you have to get out of your comfort zone called studio. Now, based on all of your collaborative projects, what kind of collaboration projects did you do with Kayagum and other country? I attended a Mongolian international audition for the first time as a Korean. So it was adding Kayagum music to Mongolian music, and also adding the flamenco, the Spanish dance elements to it. So it was very beautiful. Yeah, so when you perform kayagum, the Korean traditional string instrument, I'm sure that a lot of people around the world would be interested in that instrument as well and its performance. People are very intrigued by it, and what I find heartbreaking is that they think that it is like traditional Chinese instrument and not a Korean one. So I came to realize that I have to promote the Korean tradition more. Yes, that is indeed very regretful. Now, out of our 4 speakers, if you have any questions regarding culture or intercultural dialogue, I think that Toyeon, you have a very sparkly eye right now. Rather than a cultural question, I would like to share with you some input that I resonate with. Yes, so Sora went all around 20 countries to perform kayagum and learn about culture. But I also have a similar experience. I used to be in boxing and also UFC or type of fight games. And since this kind of sports is not very much developed in Korea, I wanted to go out there in the world to resonate with the people who have more experience in this area. So I went around the world to sign myself up in different gyms and get training. And one of the things that I felt was that all human beings are practically the same. Of course, appearance-wise, our thoughts may be a little bit different, but ultimately, the essence of mankind, a human being, is indeed very much shared by all countries around the world. So I just wanted to share that input with you. I don't know if I may ask this, but when you do martial arts in Korea, you only hit Korean people. But when you travel around the world, you probably put up a fight with some other countries. But which country was the best to hit or take a hit at? I would say Turkey. I got some training in Turkey, and I was able to have this game or martial arts match with an opponent over there who was a professional. It was very intimidating, and the aura that opponent had was intimidating. But after we had a fist fight, I know we embrace one another, we hug one another, and encourage one another. So I was very much moved by that experience. Yes, thank you very much for giving me the answer to a very tricky question. So thank you. And now turning back to Sora. Now, if I may ask a personal question, I think that broadcasters or MCs can go global and exchange with people around the world. What qualities would I need? I would say foreign language skill. I would say I want to give up. Because you have to communicate, so you need to be proficient in different languages, and I think that's a must if you want to become a global MC. So maybe from today you can start, studying other languages so that you can become global. It's very interesting because from next year, January, I will begin studying a foreign language together with my mom. So I will do my best. Actually, yes, I will do my best. Now moving on to Yuri.
Hello, yes, hello. So, you are the winner of what topic? I wrote about hate and discrimination. Now, what can we do to make sure that we have less hate and discrimination? So we need to work with our imagination. That was the topic of my essay. And because we have so many hatred crime, I read many books and I was very interested in that topic. And then when it comes to hatred and discrimination, now when you look at someone, you have a very narrow perspective because you fail to see the whole of that person that can easily lead to hate and discrimination. So maybe not to crime, but then I guess when I meet someone, it's not very easy to look that person as a whole. So I guess that is the typical way of approaching a person. You see with a narrow perspective first. So how do you do that? I love watching YouTube. I, of course, love your channel. Thank you. But I love traveling, so I often watch KwakTube's channel, and I love Uzbekistan's episode. And Kwak travels to Uzbekistan and meets with the locals. He sleeps over in one of those locals' houses and also goes to a wedding. And then there were some people who featured in that episode who used to be immigrant workers in Korea, and they want to give back to Kwak because they received so much when they were in Korea. And that episode actually was very heartwarming, and now people left many comments like, okay, now when you do something good, it will come back to you. And now, when you see immigrant workers, well, before I used to think, oh, it's one of the many immigrant workers, but now I wonder, where is that person from? And I'm sure that that immigrant worker has a family and children back at home, and I believe that rich content and creation of rich content can be the role of the youth. So just like KwakTube, you want to create more content. And what else can the youth do? I think that we also can contribute with wise consumption. So consumption of channels. As Julian mentioned, you can also like that content, and that content will become popular. And by gaining popularity, I think that more people will want to create content like that. So it's not just about producing, but also consuming well. Yes, you talked about the immigrant workers, but then what else? Any areas that you think we could do better in terms of hate and discrimination? Yes, when you read articles, because now you have this young lady part-timing at a convenience store, and because of her short hair, the men thought that she was a feminist, so just hit her. And sometimes we also read articles about some random hitting or crimes against women with short hair. And that also shows how you make judgment based on the appearance only. Now, Sora, you traveled abroad a lot, so any discrimination or prejudice that you faced abroad? Well, actually, I was in Saudi Arabia, and then I arrived in Korea yesterday, and then, Saudi Arabia is known for its oil money. Now you line up at the airport, and then you're in the line, but then there are people who will cut the line. It's not free pass, no. They have a different passage for free pass, so it wasn't free pass. So I did feel discrimination. And then, do you speak up in those moments, or do you just say nothing? Well, I just stare at them. I guess it's a passive way of speaking up. So I just made eye contact and stared at the person. Now, Yuri, I have this question to you. Now, of course, sometimes we look at someone with bias, but then sometimes we are the victims of such a prejudice. So what's your take on that? So what do you do when you are the victim? Do you stare back? Yes, I do not deserve this. And well, you can also swear in Korean. So I swear in Korean, and I am this and that person. Well, I'm not sure whether that should be the right approach, because now the world is quite tough. No, with your eyes only. Okay, so you stare back. Okay, but please be cautious, because you don't want to put yourself in danger. But I do not want to be intimidated. So now, Do-hyun, you engage in martial art, and then because of that, how do you respond in those moments? I accept those moments. Of course, I should not do that, but personally, when I look at others, of course, you cannot discriminate, and I'm always open to the others. However, we have many people who see you with a distorted perspective. But then sometimes I guess you just need to look away, and in that way you can protect yourself. Okay. Now, how about you, Donggyun? Let's say that somebody hates you, somebody discriminates against you. What would you do? Well, I am ashamed to say this, but then I think I will reflect on myself. Did I do something wrong? So I guess then I will reflect on myself, but because I major in economics, I think that I will think of the aftermath. So am I going to see this in the longer term? Then I think I will be more cautious, but then if this is just a one-time encounter, then you can simply ignore that situation. Now, Eunji, now discrimination and hatred. I guess sometimes everybody has this feeling of hatred. Sometimes you feel superior or better than the other person. And when I was little or young, I saw the evil in myself. And at the time, I really believed in people being born evil or good. But then what mindset should we have to not have such a perspective? Well, I am full of love. First and foremost, I would like to say that, oh, okay, you have great pride in yourself. Okay, so because hating someone also consumes energy, so I would rather use that energy in loving someone. So when somebody hates me, I say, okay, that's okay. But then when I see something in somebody else that I do not like, I try to look at the good side. But then, because once you start disliking one small thing, then you will hate the entire person. If that's the case, what will you do? Okay, so that's just who that person is. And well, whatever I say to that person will hate me even more. So I will just leave it as it is, and I will just spend more time with people who like me and who care about me. Okay, we talked about hate and discrimination. Thank you very much, and thank you, Yuri, for sharing your thoughts. Now that 27 minutes is that time remaining. Okay. So we still have more time. We have 27 minutes left. So Do-hyun, hello. Yes, hello. So what is the topic that you want to share with us? In fact, well, I am not a prepared speaker. I was just brought up here. But I would like to share what I usually have in my mind. So I would like to talk about cultural openness, and I think that the youth needs to be open culturally. Okay, cultural openness, because over time, now in Korea, the share of foreigners is going up, and according to Statistics Korea, in 2020, the share of foreigners is about 4%, but soon that share will go up to 8%, and that is in 20 years. And in 20 years now, the young generation will be economically active, and they will be the backbone of the Korean economy. So given that, I think that cultural inclusivity and cultural openness are some of the qualities that we need to have. Because in 20 years, I want Korea to remain as a strong powerhouse. And by remaining open, we can contribute to that. Then what would be the role of the youth? Anything that we can do in our everyday life in terms of the actions? Well, I think that you need to experience different cultures, and you need to converse with people from other countries as well, because that will lead to cultural shock. And with that, you will learn something new, and that can help you become more open. So if possible, it would be great if you can go overseas and meet diverse people. But then you have the language barrier, and those with a language barrier, they might find it difficult to go overseas. But do you think that acts as a hurdle? I don't think so, because of course it would be nice to have basic communication skills. But then let's say that you went to high school and you learned English there, or language, and then you will be able to communicate, because it's not just a verbal language that you can speak, but also the body language that you can also speak, the non-verbal skills as well. No, I went to high school, but then it wasn't easy. No, I think that, no, I say no, I couldn't communicate. Okay, and you say that it's okay, but then I struggled when I went overseas. Okay, maybe I think that you should put yourself out there, have the courage to speak up, because verbal language isn't everything. So it's all about your intention. Let's say, a personal gesture. Okay, I don't even give gifts to my friends. I should give gifts to strangers. No, it's just hi, hello. And that's the start of everything. And I believe that can lead to more interaction. Yes, I think that I am the one erecting the wall, because sometimes I am too shy to approach the foreigners and speak with them. So I guess that the first step would be to take on the challenge and to approach them. Yes. So that itself is an experience, and it will become a building block for your personal growth. And now, Sora, I would like to turn back to you, because we're talking about intercultural openness.
멀리 다니다 보면
So you traveled all around the world. I'm sure that you have seen some changes in your way of thinking, and in the scope of your knowledge. So I would like to know what kind of new insights you drew from all of your travels. Can you give us some examples or specific examples? I got a lot of culture shock after coming back from China, because the China we know in the textbook, or Chinese that we know in the textbook, were very different from the Chinese that I met. For example, when you go to China, you might think that Chinese people are very talkative in bars because of their intonation of the language, and they'll be very rude and not very warm-hearted. But I could really feel their warm-heartedness. And while conversing with them and spending time with them, I could really feel that it was a moment when all the prejudice I had about China and Chinese were broken. So I think that highlights the importance of travel. Dohyun, are you done? Dohyun, are you done with your speech? Yes, I am. Thank you. Now, I think that Donggyun.
나한테 문제가
Okay, now, so you said that when somebody discriminates against you, you will first reflect on yourself and look at yourself. That was quite impressive. What topic would you like to share today? Well, I was brought here spontaneously, so I did not write essays, but I would like to just share my impression. Well, I am doing Chinese calligraphy recently, and that it is also a Korean art, and then you also have Korean calligraphy that you see on the walls in Gwanghwamun. And now, maybe when you perform 가야금, you can also bring the calligraphy performance together with that. And out of the 3 countries in East Asia, Korea, Japan, and China, because we do not use Chinese characters in our daily life, Korean calligraphy or calligraphy itself is not really booming. It's in a decline. And if you are below the age of 60, you are young. And I very much look forward to the rise of calligraphy thanks to the emerging artists below the age of 60. And personally, those who hate someone, I think they are afraid of failure. And because they trusted someone for a very long time, but then they experienced many occasions when that person deceived them, they arrive at a point when they build hatred. And I think they have the pressure that they should not fail. And now in Korea, you have the stigma that you should not fail. So I think that you need to take on the challenge and you need to engage in as many experiences as possible. Now, when I was in middle school, I was afraid of Daerimdong district. But in high school, I met this teacher, and he said, well, we should go out there to Daerimdong district and see how they live. And they have great restaurants, and they have great people there, and it's not such a dangerous or a shady neighborhood. It was just in our mind. So maybe discrimination and hate is just in our head. Yes, so we need to be aware of polarization and we need to be wary of that. Thank you very much.
이제 초반에
So you mentioned about calligraphy, but I think that it's related with genetics, genes. But I went to the academy for calligraphy with my son last year. Donggyun, I think calligraphy fits you well, but a lot of the young kids, children these days, they're very exposed to a lot of media and YouTube. So no matter how boom the calligraphy would have, I just wonder whether the young children these days could immerse in calligraphy. So we have to think about how we can make the children to embrace calligraphy more. So what should we do? What kind of developments should calligraphy do? I think that calligraphy should be used as a means to express many things fully. I'm not here to speak on behalf of the calligraphy world, the calligraphy community, but the calligraphy community nowadays is very closed, meaning not very open to others, but also lacks a lot of promotional activities. So there are not many calligraphy-related exhibitions being held. So I think that the more we're exposed to short-form videos and also a lot of different media, I think that we should be exposed more to calligraphy. Because once I immersed myself in calligraphy, I felt like I was meditating, and it was the only healing time and moment for me. So the more you're stimulated by all of these external factors and videos, I think that you should experience calligraphy, and the calligraphy community needs to do more promotion of their community as well. So yes, you could immerse in the charm of calligraphy because of its healing effect. But as for Sora, you deal with traditional instrument and you also live in the modern society. So from your perspective, from your field, what should we do to embrace calligraphy more? I think that it would be nice if we can use calligraphy to make very viral videos and disseminate it. Because remember, there was a case where BTS actually leveraged this as well. So maybe we can completely transform the style and format of calligraphy and put them in the video and disseminate it so that we can generalize this practice more in the society. Yes, I think that is a very unique idea, but what do you think, Donggu? I fully agree because these days when I see reels on Instagram, I see a lot of calligraphy performers. So for example, if it's an opening ceremony of a festival, the title or the name of the festival would be showcased in a very dynamic and flamboyant way through calligraphy by these performers. So I could see a lot of these reels, and the output and the results are wonderful. I mean, the calligraphy in itself, calligraphic work is very nice, but also the process is wonderful.
문화를 우리
Okay, so you also talked about how we can disseminate K culture to the youth. So that made a perfect segue to that conversation. Thank you very much for the wonderful input. We have about 15 minutes left. I do not know when I will see you next time. I think that we should make full use of this 15 minutes. Maybe we can open up the floor and entertain some questions from the audience. Now, do we have any questions? If you have any questions to the speakers, please raise your hand, or you can simply share your input. It doesn't have to be a question. So I think we have a lady here with a question. Okay, can you please introduce yourself very briefly? Yes, hello. I am from Vietnam. My name is Tong Sara. It's a pleasure to meet you. Yes, hello. So it's been 4 years since I came to Korea, and I am interpreter and translator at the Multicultural Community Center. And I could relate to what you said, and what I want to say here today is that we need to communicate and we need to engage in more conversation.
저는 다문화센터에서 얼마 전에 결혼 이민자 한 분이
So while working at the Multicultural Center, one of the immigrants actually was scammed and came to our center for counseling. And during the counseling session, the person said to the counselor, please be mindful of what you're saying. And of course, he was trying to say to the counselor in a good way, to be mindful of what he or she is saying. But the person was not very proficient in Korean, so it just came out bluntly. So from the counselor's perspective, the person felt very offended. So the counselor and we are of the same age, and he was extremely angry and offended. And no matter how much I explain about it, that person wouldn't understand, wouldn't really accept what I'm saying. So this is what I thought after that conversation. When we continue to converse and have more dialogue, and also settle the disputes and the misunderstandings that we have right on the spot through conversation, I think that is the right way to go. So we need dialogue and communication.
네, 이제 앉으셔서 대화.
Thank you very much. Okay, now please be seated. Okay, now dialogue and communication is of the essence because sometimes it leads to misinterpretation and it leads to actually not getting one another. And I want to be mindful of what I say, and I really appreciate people who are mindful of what they say. And of course, we all mean well, but sometimes because of the way you put it, in a very blunt manner, you might offend the other person. But I think that you want to make sure that the other person does not misunderstand you, and sometimes that requires extra effort. But there are some people who do not want to take the extra step. So sometimes maybe you need to retry. You need to re-engage in the conversation. But as you grow older, you want to give up. So that's a shame. Sora, yes, I ask one more time. So this is how I understood. And am I correct to take it this way? Okay, I like that. So maybe it was offensive the first time you heard it, but am I correct to understand that this is what you said? Okay, great. Anything else? Okay, so I think that I agree with Sora. I will ask one more time. And if the other person says, oh, that's not what I meant, then I will say that next time, can you put it this way so that it doesn't lead to misunderstanding? And then do you know this way of speaking by talking in the first person's perspective. So when you said that, I myself felt this way, and I think that by using that first person perspective, sometimes we can get rid of misunderstanding. Okay, that all sounds great, but then let's say that this is your first time encounter, and time's limited, and then some people might not like it that you ask the question one more time, or you may say, but then I would like you to put it this way. Maybe you can rephrase it this way, and then the other person may be offended by you saying that. Then what would you do in such a situation? Okay. Now, I guess that it is very important to understand that the other person did not mean it that way. And I guess that I will say myself, or I will rephrase myself so that the other person understands it. So it's about leading by example so that I do not hurt the other person's feeling, or I do not offend the other person. Now, Yuri, any know-how in terms of effective communication skills? Well, I guess I try not to overthink. So let's say that the other person said something that I felt was offensive, and then I try to sort of brush it away, like saying, thinking, oh, maybe that he or she was tired, or maybe I was too tired, and maybe I over thought about that. Okay, so you try to be as embracing as possible and as understanding as possible. Inji, anything you wanted to say? No? Okay, Do-hyun, since you're a martial arts performer or athlete, so your fist first, or when you engage in a dialogue, or what else? Okay, now because we live in the age of digital, when you talk, when you converse, of course you want to engage in more dialogues, but then I think we have less and less platforms on which we can discuss. And I'm sure that we have many people watching us virtually on YouTube, and it's a shame that we are losing occasions or platforms to engage in dialogue. So what matters first is that you engage in a dialogue to make sure that it does not lead to misunderstanding. Now, Donggyun, now because you write calligraphy, maybe writing letters can be an option? Okay, there are many ways to express yourself, but I think that what matters the most is that you do not feel ashamed of what you do. So this is how I felt, and you should rephrase it that way. And then personally, for me, that wasn't easy. And I was sort of walking on eggshells and trying to read the room. Now, but by being honest with one another and talking about why you misunderstood it, most of the time you will come to a good terms one more time, but sometimes that does not happen that way. So Do-hyun and Donggun, you talked about protecting yourself, and sometimes what I did was to justifying that just for myself and for the sake of my feelings. But then I guess that life has become simple. Now, rather than spending more energy misunderstanding, I want to redirect that energy to taking care of your family. And I'm sure that there are many mid-aged people who think like this. And anything that you would like to say to mid-aged people like myself, because I am becoming more narrow and I do not want to spend energy in clearing the ambience or negative relations. And I think that becomes a habit, and then you will behave like that to your family as well. No, 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 that's not the case. I am doing my best and I take good care of my family. Okay, okay, so I will stop meeting you. But of course, this is my personal experience. And sometimes people tend to be very mean to the closest people because they feel like their family members know them best. And that's why what they do is they are very harsh to their family members. But I think that you need to practice because everything requires practice.
전에 그런 연습들을 하나
Before it's too late, I think that I should also begin to practice all of that. And I think we have about 4 minutes left, so I would like to ask our 5 speakers to give your last remarks. First, let's begin with Eunji, or maybe Donggu first. I was very lucky to join this panel discussion. Thank you very much for inviting me, and thank you all the participants. I hope that we can make a happy and peaceful world. Next, Do-hyun. First of all, I really admire all the participants joining us here today despite all of their busy schedules. And we feel extremely happy to be able to have this conversation together with our very famous MC, Jang Sung-gyu, and I gained a lot of insight from all of the remarks today. I hope that Korea will thrive further as a developed country, and I think that we as youth will have an important role to play. Yuri? I learned a lot of things. Although our talk was very short, I think I gained a lot of new perspectives, fresh ideas, and as I had written in my essay, if we can create a society where we can imagine more about others, I think that would be great. Sora? Yes. Thank you everyone for allowing us this opportunity. Thank you, our MC and MOFA. So, culture. In the area of culture, there are lots of artists who are working around the clock to promote Korea. So, we look forward to your interest and support. And now, Eunji. Myself as well. I would like to say that it was a great honor and privilege for me to talk about my story, about environment. So on your way back home today, I hope that you'll be able to think once again about the importance of environment so that we can advance further towards a better world. And for that, I hope that more young people can go abroad, gain experience, and come back to Korea to contribute to our society. So thank you very much. And also thank you, Sarah, for your comment. I thought that since I live 10 years more than all of you, that I would be able to give you some very good insights. But I was wrong because I gained a lot of insights from you. You guys are much mature than me, and I came to do some soul searching for myself. Had I ever thought about how I can contribute more to our society? I don't think so. So I hope that I would take this opportunity to become a better adult by putting everything that we said today into practice. And with that, I would like to wrap up today's Fireside chat on the topic of proposals from the youth generation for the future. Thank you very much.
고맙습니다.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the wonderful talk. And thank you very much, Mr. Tang, for wonderfully leading the talk. And while you are such a talented MC, thank you very much. And I was quite amazed to see how you inspired participants to talk and to speak what they have in their minds. And I hope that we were able to inspire you throughout the 2024 Future Dialogue for Global Innovation. And I hope that this serves as a building block on your life journey. Now, that brings an end to the 2024 Future Dialogue for Global Innovation. Please return home safely, and I hope to see you again soon. Thank you and goodbye.
자, 그리고 여러분 퇴장 전에 잊으신 물건